Chapter 592. The world-destroying millstone and the long banner, the two connate cardinal treasures, worked together to barely suppress the human Tao Emperor seal. They barely had the upper hand. It was probably impossible for them to return to help. Otherwise, once these two connate cardinal treasures were summoned, demon ancestor Rahu's situation would be even worse. In fact, simply speaking, the power of the human Tao Emperor seal was strong enough, but it was still impossible for him to fight against two connate cardinal treasures alone. The reason why he could fight against two top connate cardinal treasures and not be at a disadvantage was that Feng Zichen had secretly activated the power of the Chaos Bead. No matter what, the Chaos Bead was once a supreme chaos treasure. Even though it had suffered a calamity and its grade had fallen to a connate cardinal treasure, its essence had not changed. Just like the prodigies among cultivators who had invincible strength among those of the same realm, the Chaos Bead was one of the best among the connate cardinal treasures. It might be a little difficult to completely suppress two top connate cardinal treasures, but it was still easy to tie down all their energy. The defeat of the world-destroying millstone and the long banner made demon ancestor Rahu's heart slowly sink. He had miscalculated. The other party's strength had indeed met his expectations and could give him enough pressure to break through. However, demon ancestor Rahu clearly did not expect that one day he would be completely suppressed by someone with magic treasures. It was the biggest joke in the world. If it was in the past, someone would say that they could defeat demon ancestor Rahu in terms of magic treasures. Demon ancestor Rahu would definitely scoff. His strength was not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of magic treasures. He, who had inherited the legacy of the Chaos Fiend God, was almost the richest existence in the primordial world. The numinous treasures he possessed were beyond the imagination of the world. But today, demon ancestor Rahu's pride was gone. He was suppressed by someone with a magic treasure. In order to deal with him, the other party had used 4 connate cardinal treasures and thousands of connate numinous treasures. With the power of the magic treasure, they had directly beaten him to a pulp. Damn Hongjun. Looking at the 3 connate cardinal treasures that faintly surrounded him, demon ancestor Rahu could not help but curse Tao ancestor Hongjun in his heart. If Tao ancestor Hongjun hadn't taken away his 4 immortal slaying swords and suppressed his god-slaying spear, causing him to lose 2 extremely powerful innate supreme treasures, then today, how could he be in such a sorry state? The outcome of the battle was still unknown. Amidst his rage, Rahu's attacks turned even more frenzied. Although, based on the current situation, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. However, in Rahu's heart, there was still a faint hope. A hope of turning defeat into victory. Between life and death, there was great terror, but there was also great opportunity. The current Celestial Emperor Avatar was already capable of bringing fatal danger to Rahu. Thus, the pressure that the demon ancestor, Rahu, felt from fighting him was unprecedented. And this was the motivation for his breakthrough. If Fiend ancestor Rahu could use this battle as an opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the limitless Tao realm, he would be able to do so. Then, he might have a chance to turn defeat into victory. However, this method was extremely dangerous. It was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. It was equivalent to lingering between life and death. The slightest carelessness could put one's life in danger. However, at this moment, Rahu could no longer care so much. In order to break through, it was worth paying a price. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble. In any case, with his strength, he wouldn't really die. Why wouldn't he dare to take a gamble? Having decided to go all out, Fiend ancestor Rahu's every move carried with it a fearless aura. A majestic will surged out, shaking the Tao domain formed by the 3 connate cardinal treasures to suppress him, causing it to loosen up slightly. However, although Rahu's moves were ferocious, Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other 3's moves were even more ferocious. In fact, there was even a hint of a tragic aura. That was a completely suicidal way of fighting. Exchanging injuries for injuries was just an ordinary method. As the 2 of them exchanged blows, blood and broken bones splattered out and scattered on the primordial land. They either formed lakes or turned into mountains, Endless divinity spread out and soaked into the mountains and rivers. Who knew how many shocking opportunities it would bring to this place? What's more, who knew how many strange creatures would be born from this boundless fortune? Rumble. The battle became more and more intense. Countless Tao patterns spread out, endless divine light bloomed, and fragments of the rules of heaven and earth danced in it. All kinds of shocking phenomena appeared one after another, causing the battlefield to be completely invisible. It was a vast expanse. If they weren't forced to the point of no choice, Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other three wouldn't be so desperate. The conditions really didn't allow them to slack off. One had to know that. They were different from Rahu the demon ancestor. Rahu the demon ancestor's strength was cultivated bit by bit. It was real, and the strength they had now was forcefully raised with the help of their own karmic rank. It was an external force and was illusory. It was completely incomparable to the strength that Rahu the demon ancestor had painstakingly cultivated. At the very least, their strength couldn't last long. There was a time limit. After all, they weren't the real celestial emperors and couldn't maintain the celestial emperor's incarnation. If Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other three couldn't get rid of Rahu the demon ancestor before the celestial emperor's incarnation disappeared, then what awaited them wouldn't be a good ending. Moreover, apart from the restrictions of the celestial emperor's incarnation, there was another urgent matter that forced Feng Zichen and the others to go all out. That was, soon, the Meiluo Heaven's primordial pagoda would disappear and return to the future. After all, it was a Khanate treasure from the future. Even if it was forcefully left in the present world by the celestial emperor's incarnation with a supreme divine ability, the Meiluo Heaven's primordial pagoda still couldn't stay for a long time. Otherwise, the Meiluo Heaven's primordial pagoda would definitely be devoured by the river of spacetime and fall into an unknown spacetime, disappearing forever. Before the backlash of the river of spacetime arrived, the Meiluo Heaven's primordial pagoda was bound to return to the spacetime that belonged to him. It was also the reason why the Earth Empress was missing among the 5 emperors that formed the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. As a result, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was incomplete and couldn't unleash its invincible power. Otherwise, with the strength of the complete Celestial Emperor's incarnation, it could easily suppress the backlash of the river of spacetime, thus allowing the Meiluo Heaven's primordial pagoda to stay in the present world for a long time. Your Majesty's poor Wei is here to help you. Just as the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was locked in battle with fiend ancestor Rahu, an ethereal Tao voice suddenly came from afar. Then in the void, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings incarnation, who was fighting with the chaos fiend celestial, suddenly shook off his opponent and took the time to throw a golden treasure flag in the direction of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. The flag was more than 20 feet long and was dark yellow in color. It emitted light all over, and as the flag fluttered, golden lotuses were faintly discernible, creating a boundless atmosphere. This treasure was the center of the heaven and earth 5-element flags, the Wutu apricot yellow flag. It was the top Khanate numinous treasure of the primordial world. Your Majesty, catch? Just as the heavenly lord of primordial beginning took out the central Wutu apricot yellow flag, Saint Jie Yin's incarnation also took action. A green treasure flag flew out from his head and followed closely behind the Wutu apricot yellow flag, flying towards the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. The eastern green treasure lotus flag of the Khanate 5-element flags. At the same time, above the world tree, where the 33 heavens were, in a place surrounded by a sacred aura. After seeing the Wutu apricot yellow flag and the green treasure lotus flag appear one after another, a graceful and elegant woman suddenly shot a beam of clear light downward. The western white cloud boundary flag of the Khanate 5-element flags of the heaven and earth. And that woman was the current heavenly empress, the Jade Lake Empress. Under Shouyang Mountain, east city of the human race, Yiang Clan Xuandu, who was suppressing the nearby earth veins, suddenly sensed something and took out the supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure southern floating flame flag. As soon as the floating flame flag appeared, It sensed a calling from the unseen world and directly flew towards the Celestial Emperor's incarnation to join the other 3 Khanate 5-element flags of the heaven and earth. At this point, 4 of the Khanate 5-element flags of the heaven and earth had gathered, and the missing northern Xianyuan water control flag was now in the Nether Realm, in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sea, Nether River Patriarch. Good. After forcing Fiend Ancestor Rahu back again, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation didn't go forward. Instead, he looked at the 4 Khanate 5-element flags of the heaven and earth that suddenly appeared beside him with great joy. After the Chaos Absolute Treasure 36 Chaos Green Lotus shattered, its lotus leaves fell into the wilderness and turned into a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Khanate 5-element flags. After that, it felt like the beginning of the wilderness and the world wasn't stable yet. The Khanate 5-element flags split into 5 smaller flags and fell into the 4 corners of the world and the earth to suppress the 5 elements and stabilize the world. And these 5 smaller flags were the origin of the Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements. In other words, when the 5 flags were combined, the Khanate 5-element flags of the Khanate 5 elements would reappear, a top-grade Khanate Merit Cardinal Treasure. With the Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements, why worry about not killing Fiend Ancestor Rahu? Laughing loudly, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation waved his hand and took out 4 Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements, surrounding Fiend Ancestor Rahu. If 5 Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements were gathered, I might be a little wary. But if 4 Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements are enough to suppress me, Junior, are you teasing me? Fiend Ancestor Rahu was extremely nervous when he saw the Khanate 5-element flags flying over one after another. Just as he had said, if the Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements were gathered, he would definitely not be able to withstand them in his current situation. He would definitely be suppressed. However, when he saw that there were only 4 Khanate 5-element flags flying over, Fiend Ancestor Rahu heaved a long sigh of relief and completely relaxed. Although there was only one difference between 4 Khanate 5-element flags and 5 Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements, the meaning they represented was worlds apart. With the 5 Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements gathered, they could immediately form a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, the Khanate 5-element flags of the 5 elements. They could then set up a top-grade Khanate array of the primordial world, the Khanate 5-element array of the 5 elements. With the help of this, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation would definitely be stronger. And Fiend Ancestor Rahu, who was already at a disadvantage, would be at an even greater disadvantage. He would probably be directly suppressed. But if there were only 4 5-element flags, they would only be 4 supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures. Although it was still somewhat troublesome for Fiend Ancestor Rahu, it wasn't fatal. It was within his tolerance. 4? Soon it won't be. Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the others smiled strangely at Fiend Ancestor Rahu. They all spoke at the same time. Where is the northern Xianyuan water control flag? Hurry up and return to your position. As soon as they finished speaking, all the Daos in the world trembled and intertwined with an inexplicable power that swept across the heavens and the earth, covering the entire wilderness. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, in the Nether Realm, Nether River Patriarch, who was confronting the Chaos Demon God, suddenly felt the Xianyuan water control flag in his hand tremble uncontrollably, as if it was about to slip out of his hand. What's going on? Shocked, Nether River Patriarch subconsciously tightened his grip on the Xianyuan water control flag in his hand, trying to suppress his agitation. However, the power was strange and shockingly powerful. Even if Nether River Patriarch used all his strength, he gradually showed signs of being unable to suppress it. And just as Nether River Patriarch was gradually unable to hold on and was about to use the 12th grade Red Lotus of Hellfire to forcibly suppress the Xianyuan water control flag, the loud voice of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation exploded in his ears like thunder, allowing him to understand the cause and effect. Where is the northern Xianyuan water control flag? Hurry up and return to your position. Hurry up and return to your position. Hurry up and return to your position. Return to your position. Return to your position. Nether River Patriarch thought for a moment and let go of his left hand that was holding the Xinyuan water control flag, allowing it to break and leave. Slaying demons was a righteous cause. Nether River Patriarch had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this was just borrowing the treasure, not that he would not return it. If he borrowed it, he would get 4 favors for free. If he did not lend it, he would definitely offend more than half of the primordial world's powerful figures. The weight of this, Nether River Patriarch could not understand and knew how to choose. Whoosh! The northern Xinyuan water control flag broke through the realm and hovered beside the Celestial Emperor's incarnation. What did it mean to have the heavenly law in one's mouth? What did it mean to have the law in one's words? That was it. The Celestial Emperor was the supreme ruler of the primordial world. His power was endless and almost omnipotent. His will was the will of heaven and earth. Even the Daos of heaven and earth had to obey him, let alone everything else. Any existence that dared to go against his will was undoubtedly defying the heavens and would be hated by the Daos of heaven and earth. From then on, his luck would plummet and he would be unlucky. Therefore, the Celestial Emperor could summon the Xinyuan water control flag from Nether River Patriarch's hands with a single word. Of course, commanding the Celestial Emperor's myriad Dao. That was the ability of a complete Celestial Emperor. Now, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation that was summoned by Feng Zichen, Haotian, and the others was only an incomplete one. Its ability was greatly reduced. The reason why he could summon the northern Xinyuan water control flag from Nether River Patriarch's hands was that he already had 4 innate 5-element flags in his hands. It was precisely because of the special connection between the 5 innate 5-element flags that he could summon the northern Xinyuan water control flag that the Nether River Patriarch could not suppress and almost let go of. Demon Ancestor, let the juniors send you on your last journey. After taking a deep look at Demon Ancestor Rahu, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation raised the northern Xinyuan water control flag. Chapter 593. Innate 5 Elements Flags, Suppress. As soon as he finished speaking, the Northern Mystic Essence Water Control flag separated from the Celestial Emperor's avatar and landed on the back of Demon Ancestor Rahu, resonating with the other 4 innate 5 elements flags from afar. Rumble. The 5 innate 5 elements flags gathered, producing a boundless phenomenon. A resplendent brilliance erupted. It was 5-colored and blotted out the sky. And within the 5-colored brilliance, boundless 5 elements Dao runes spread out, almost condensing into substance, forming a special Dao domain that sealed Demon Ancestor Rahu within. Whoosh! 5 rays of light soared into the sky and then condensed into one in an instant. At this point, the 5 innate 5 elements flags fused into one, forming a 5-colored flag. Innate Merit Cardinal Treasure Innate 5 Elements Flags. Boom! Boundless 5 elements chi fell from the innate 5 elements flags, evolving into the mysteries of the universe. In the blink of an eye, the innate 5 elements Dao domain was filled. And Demon Ancestor Rahu, who was in the 5 elements Dao domain, was affected by this. He felt that his body suddenly became countless times heavier, as if he was carrying 100,000 divine mountains, and his movements became increasingly slower. His incomparably straight waist was gradually bent down from the pressure. Ha! Is that all? That really disappoints me. I'm afraid it's far from enough to suppress me with such means. Seeing that Demon Ancestor Rahu was gradually bent down, he suddenly laughed loudly. Then, he straightened his back again and charged towards the Celestial Emperor's avatar while enduring the immense pressure. Demon Ancestor Rahu was very excited. Very excited. Under the pressure of the innate 5 elements flags, he actually saw the hope of breaking through again. Faintly. He had a feeling. If he could break the shackles on his body and win this battle, he would then. The path of advancing to the limitless Daluo Jinxian would be completely opened, and there would be no more obstacles on the path. It was with the support of this belief that Demon Ancestor Rahu rekindled his hope. He erupted with all his strength and charged towards the Celestial Emperor's avatar while resisting the suppression of the 4 innate cardinal treasures. All the hardships now were resources for advancing to the limitless Daluo Jinxian. At this moment, Demon Ancestor Rahu had the belief of invincibility. He firmly believed that he could win. However, it was obvious that after obtaining the innate 5 elements flag, Feng Zichen, Haoyan, and the others were much more confident than Ra. He already felt that this battle could finally come to an end. Fiend Ancestor must be joking. Who are you? He was once invincible in the great desolate world, an existence that suppressed an entire era. How could we possibly hope to suppress you with such a simple method? So, we have prepared another surprise for you. Celestial Thearka's avatar said with a smile as he dodged Fiend Ancestor Rahu's attack despite the immense pressure. Just as they said, Feng Zichen, Haoyan, and the others had never thought that they could completely suppress the Fiend Ancestor Rahu with an additional Khanate Cardinal Treasure. That was unrealistic and impossible. After all, it was born from the resentment of the Chaos Fiend God. How could the Demon Ancestor Rahu, who was once invincible in the untainted land, be suppressed so easily? In that case, how could he live up to his name? Hearing this, Demon Ancestor Rahu could not help but be shocked. Right now, he was already at his limit. If Feng Zichen and the others really had other methods that they had not used, then he would really fail miserably and be defeated by a group of juniors. Just as Demon Ancestor Rahu was feeling bewildered, the Celestial Thearka's avatar moved. Then, he formed a series of hand seals and pointed at the innate 5 elements flag, shouting suddenly, Khanate 5 elements formation, rise. A ball of resplendent 5-colored brilliance suddenly bloomed from the Khanate 5 elements flag, turning into boundless Tao runes that enveloped Demon Ancestor Ra. At the same time, the world suddenly buzzed. Almost all of the origin chi of the 5 elements began to move restlessly, as if they had gone crazy and were gathering toward this place. Rumble! Suddenly, 5-colored divine lights descended from the horizon while a myriad of talisman markings that contained boundless fortune descended from the sky. They were extremely profound, and they fell into the innate 5-element flags. That was the foundation of the great desolate world, the Khanate 5 elements Tao. The moment the Khanate 5 elements formation was activated, the Khanate 5 elements Tao manifested and enhanced it. In an instant, in the area where Demon Ancestor Rahu was, the 5 directions were reversed, and the 5 elements were in chaos. East Africa, West Africa, North Africa. It evolved into a scene of chaos and loneliness before the world was formed. The pressure on Demon Ancestor Rahu's body suddenly increased, causing his advancing footsteps to suddenly stop, unable to move any further. Huff huff, Junior. You're not bad. But this little bit of strength is far from enough to defeat me. Break for me. In the Khanate 5 elements formation, Demon Ancestor Rahu was first suppressed by the huge pressure and stopped in his tracks. But then he roared and stimulated his potential, increasing his strength at all costs. Boom! Raging demonic flames suddenly rose from Demon Ancestor Rahu's body. Those were the flames produced when the Khanate origin was burning, igniting his own origin. This meant that Demon Ancestor Rahu was going all out. Rumble! A terrifying aura rose from Demon Ancestor Rahu's body, setting off a huge storm. It swept away the Khanate 5 elements energy that gathered on his body, causing it to be in a mess. Even the Khanate 5 elements formation and the 3 Khanate cardinal treasures were on the verge of collapse under the impact of Demon Ancestor Rahu's sudden increase in aura, as if they were about to fly out. If the Celestial Emperor's incarnation had not stepped forward at the critical moment to help the 4 Khanate cardinal treasures and the formation suppress Demon Ancestor Rahu, Demon Ancestor Rahu would have escaped from the impact of the aura. But even so, facing Demon Ancestor Rahu, who had ignited his origin and whose strength had soared, the suppression of the 4 Khanate cardinal treasures was greatly reduced. Its power was less than 60% of its original power. How troublesome! Looking at Demon Ancestor Rahu who had ignited his origin, Feng Zichen had mixed feelings. If they followed the normal process, at this moment, They should also ignite their origin and accompany demon ancestor Rahu to see who could not hold on first. Unfortunately, they could not. Because the Celestial Emperor's incarnation did not have an origin. In essence, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was just the incarnation of the rules. Although he had the power to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, he did not have the slightest bit of power. Could also be said that the Celestial Emperor was the embodiment of the will of heaven and earth. His power was the power of heaven and earth. His origin was the origin of heaven and earth. Igniting the origin of heaven and earth? Stop joking. Not to mention whether Feng Zichen and the others had the ability, even if they did, they would not dare to do so. If they really did so, they were afraid that as soon as they ignited the origin of heaven and earth, boundless karma would descend on their heads, knocking them down from their positions as the supreme beings of heaven and earth, and causing them to be punished by the heavens and die. This was the inconvenience of using external forces. Even though there were many benefits to using external forces, it was ultimately not as good as the power that one had painstakingly cultivated. It could not be done as one wished, and there was always some kind of barrier. Even if it was extremely slight, it still existed. But fortunately, the Khanate 5 Elements formation was only one of the killing moves that Feng Zichen used to deal with demon ancestor Ra. Even if he could not succeed, he still had other methods. He swore to take down demon ancestor Rahu. Moreover, the Khanate 5 Elements formation might have succeeded. Didn't he force demon ancestor Rahu to ignite his origin? This kind of method was a life-threatening method. Once it was used, it meant that the other party had no other trump cards and was going to make a final gamble. If that was the case, then Feng Zichen could use his trump card without worry. Today, demon ancestor Rahu is wreaking havoc in the primordial world. I, Ziwei Star Master, hereby request the help of the sacred beasts of the 5 directions to quell the demonic aura of the primordial world and return peace to heaven and earth. Releasing his spiritual will, Feng Zichen began to try to communicate with the scattered spiritual will of the sacred beasts of the 5 directions in order to obtain their help to augment the Khanate 5 Elements formation. This was not the first time this formation had appeared in the primordial world. On the eve of the Demon Clan's massacre, the Khanate 5 Elements formation had appeared in the hands of the 5 sacred beasts to obstruct Donghuang Tai, who had entered the primordial chaos Dao realm. With the help of this formation, the 5 sacred beasts only relied on the incarnations of the sage to be perfection to block Donghuang Tai's advancement. If Donghuang Tai did not have the Bell of Chaos, he would not have been able to break this formation. From this, one could see how powerful this formation was. And this was only the incarnations of the 5 sacred beasts. If the true bodies of the 5 sacred beasts were to make a move, together with the Khanate 5 Elements flag, they would be able to set up the Khanate 5 Elements formation. In the era of the decline of the Demon Clan and the decline of the Witch Clan, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the power of this formation was the best in the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen's consciousness spread to the entire primordial world, and he also felt 5 vast wills in 5 mysterious regions. That was the will of the 5 Elements sacred beasts. Each one of them was comparable to a saint. If the 5 Elements sacred beasts worked together, even Dao ancestor Hongjun could fight against them. Of course, whether they could win or not was another matter. Although the 5 Elements sacred beasts were strong, they usually needed to suppress a level 4 land to stabilize the primordial world. Therefore, they could not be born unless it was a great calamity of the world. And now, dozens of primordial chaos experts were fighting. The situation in the primordial world seemed to be extremely dangerous. But in reality, both sides had restrained themselves. While fighting with their lives on the line, they were also trying their best to restrain their strength to prevent the primordial world from collapsing. This could be seen from the fact that the primordial world was still safe and sound after the battle had gone on for so long. Otherwise, it would be strange if the primordial world was not shattered into pieces when dozens of primordial chaos experts fought with all their might. In the end, the destruction of the primordial world was not beneficial to either side. The primordial world had not fallen into a great calamity, so the 5 elements sacred beasts could not be born. They needed to continue suppressing the 4 extremes of the primordial world. At this moment, it was indeed difficult to get the 5 elements sacred beasts to attack by force. However, this was not a problem for Feng Zichen. Right now, he was the incarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Even if it was an incomplete version, he still possessed most of the abilities of the Celestial Emperor. Not to mention releasing the 5 elements sacred beasts, he could still let them leave the 4 extremes for a short period of time. After communicating with the 5 elements sacred beasts, Feng Zichen and the others spoke. Today, in the name of the Celestial Emperor, Imperial Edict, I grant the 5 elements sacred beasts the right to travel in the primordial world. With a thought, Feng Zichen gave the 5 elements sacred beasts an imperial edict, granting them the right to travel in the primordial world. Of course, he was not the real Celestial Emperor after all. His power was limited. Therefore, this edict was also limited. And the limitation was, as the Celestial Emperor's incarnation disappeared, that edict would also lose its power. It would become a piece of waste paper. However, this little bit of time was enough for them to join forces to suppress the demon ancestor, Rahu. Accompanied by 5 earth-shattering roars, the 5 elements sacred beasts walked out from the 4 extremes. The aura of the ancient ruler of the primordial world swept through the entire primordial world, causing all the living beings of the primordial world to involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship. Knowing that the situation was critical, the 5 elements sacred beasts did not dare to delay. With a flash, they walked into the base of the innate 5 elements 5 directions Great Formation and personally presided over the operation of the Great Formation. This battle is settled. Seeing the 5 elements sacred beasts walk into the Great Formation, Feng Zichen could not help but feel relieved. He let out a sigh of relief and said leisurely, with the 5 elements sacred beasts attacking, the demon ancestor, Rahu, had no hope of winning. After all, they were old enemies. In the primordial world, who hated the demon ancestor, Rahu, the most, it was the 5 elements sacred beasts, the 3 innate clans, and the 5 elements sacred beasts. To end up in such a situation. But it was all thanks to the demon ancestor, Ra. Therefore, the 5 elements sacred beasts naturally wanted to grind the demon ancestor, Rahu, into ashes to express the hatred in their hearts. And they were the trump card that Feng Zichen used to deal with the demon ancestor, Rahu. If not for the 5 elements sacred beasts as his trump card, how could he have the confidence to suppress the demon ancestor, Rahu, who was famous in the primordial world? Fellow Taoist Rahu, it's really been a long time. I've been waiting. I've missed you so much. In the Great Formation, the 5 elements sacred beasts came in front of the demon ancestor, Rahu, and said with killing intent. Boundless anger emitted from their bodies and completely turned into substance. It burned through the void and distorted the laws. I was wondering who gave that kid so much confidence to suppress me. So it's the 5 of you trash. Seeing the 5 elements sacred beasts walk over, the demon ancestor, Rahu, seemed to be a little surprised. But immediately, he smiled coldly and said with killing intent, "The 5 of you are the trump cards that the kids specially prepared for me? It really makes me so excited." Bone-chilling killing intent emitted from the body of the demon ancestor, Rahu, completely condensed into substance. It either transformed into the appearance of the 4 immortal swords or the god-slaying spear, attacking the 5 elements sacred beasts. I've really been looking for you for a long time. If you hadn't hidden in the 4 extremes and not come out, I would have skinned you, pulled out your tendons, skinned you, and tortured you to death. In the bone-chilling killing intent, the voice of the demon ancestor, Rahu, echoed with extreme hatred. The 5 elements sacred beasts hated the demon ancestor, Rahu, to the core, but the demon ancestor, Rahu, also hated them to the core. Chapter 594. If not for the 5 element sacred beasts, demon ancestor Rahu and the demon sect would not have ended up in such a state. Back then, after being awakened by Tao ancestor Hongjun, the five-element sacred beasts led the remaining experts of the three clans to attack Mount Meru on the eve of the Taoist demon war. They launched a bloody revenge, causing the demon sect's mountain gate array to be broken and the experts to suffer heavy casualties. As the sect master of the demon sect, demon ancestor Rahu was also seriously injured under the desperate attack of the five-element sacred beasts. The strength of the demon sect decreased sharply as a result. That was why Tao ancestor Hongjun took advantage of it and led a group of experts to break through the demon sect. He even forced demon ancestor Rahu to self-destruct. If not for that, how could demon ancestor Rahu be defeated by Tao ancestor Hongjun? After all, demon ancestor Rahu had already reached the peak of the primordial world after setting off the Longhan tribulation. He had many capable people under him and could be said to be the number one force in the primordial world. Demon ancestor Rahu, who had such a force, fought alone when Tao ancestor Hongjun led a group of experts to besiege him. Why do you think? It was because the experts under him were either killed or injured by the five-element sacred beasts and the remaining experts of the three clans. They were unable to participate in the battle to help demon ancestor Ra. The situation was great. It was destroyed by the five-element sacred beasts. How could demon ancestor Rahu not hate? As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are especially red. This was the true portrayal of demon ancestor Rahu after meeting the five-element sacred beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The killing intent was like a knife or a sword. It cut through the boundless void and attacked the five-element sacred beasts. In this regard, the five-element sacred beasts only smiled faintly. Then, their figures gradually turned illusory and merged with the five-element Tao runes that filled the place. Invisible and intangible. Naturally, they were not afraid of external attacks. The bone-chilling killing intent tore through the air and struck the five-element sacred beasts. However, it passed through their gradually fading bodies and did not cause any damage. As for fiend ancestor Rahu, he missed when he arrived in front of the five elemental sacred beasts. What was left behind were only five shadows that gradually turned illusory. It's been many years since we last met. The abilities of the five of you trash have improved quite a bit. After his attack failed, demon ancestor Rahu stopped and looked around cautiously. However, his mouth was still filled with unforgiving ridicule. Don't be fooled by fiend ancestor Rahu's words of trash. But in fact, in his heart, his vigilance against the five-element sacred beasts had long been raised to the extreme. It wasn't like he hadn't fought them in the past. The fiend ancestor Rahu still had a fresh memory of the strength of the five holy beasts when they joined forces. That was a power that made one's heart palpitate. Back then, the five elemental sacred beasts had dragged their heavily injured bodies up Mount Meru to fight fiend ancestor Ra. Back then, it could be said that fiend ancestor Rahu was at his most glorious. At that time, he was complacent. When he saw the five cripples who were inferior to him in cultivation and had been fooled by him, he naturally looked down on them. He thought that it would be easy to get rid of him. But the truth was, it was completely out of his expectations. Although Rahu the demon ancestor had won, the result was a Pyrrhic victory. He was heavily injured by the combined forces of the five. He did not expect that the combined forces of the five would be able to erupt with strength that far exceeded their own level. Fortunately, the five of them had been heavily injured previously. Otherwise, the outcome would have been different. The heavy injury that time had a great impact on fiend ancestor Ra. It could be said that it had completely ruined the great situation that he had created previously, causing him to lose everything in the battle between the Taoists and the demons. With such a lesson, how could fiend ancestor Rahu not be afraid when he faced the combined forces of the five elemental sacred beasts again? Fellow Taoist Rahu, let's go. Just as fiend ancestor Rahu was on guard, the five elemental sacred beasts' murderous intent rose in their hearts and could not help but attack. Whoosh! The five elements' divine light shot out like the sharpest weapon in the world. It slashed fiend ancestor Rahu's body one after another, leaving scars on his body that was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. Pucci. Dark red blood spurted out from the wounds on Fiend Ancestor Rahu's body. His blood was resplendent, with endless Tao runes lingering around it. It emitted a shocking divine light, as if it contained astonishing power. If it was ignored and allowed to fall into the primordial world, perhaps after a few yuan hui, the primordial world would have another great demon that would bring calamity to the world. Unfortunately, under the joint attack of the 5 elemental sacred beasts, the Fiend Ancestor's blood did not have that opportunity. The 5 elemental chi surged over mightily, devouring the spilled blood of Fiend Ancestor Rahu, breaking it down and transforming it into a part of itself. It surged towards Fiend Ancestor Rahu. The injury had instead stimulated the ferocious nature of Rahu the demon ancestor. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. Demonic Tao great divine abilities that only existed in legends were unleashed from his hands, blasting towards the incoming Khanate 5 elements divine light. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was extremely intense, but no matter how powerful Fiend Ancestor Rahu's divine powers were, he could not hit the 5 elemental sacred beasts. The 5 elemental sacred beasts transformed into the Tao of the 5 elements, fusing with the Khanate 5 elements Tao runes that permeated the air. They became formless and intangible, as if they were everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Unable to touch, unable to touch, unable to see, how was he to fight? But this could not stump Fiend Ancestor Ra. Tao runes filled his body as he suddenly released the supreme fiendish Tao that he had painstakingly cultivated. He formed a special Tao domain around him, forcefully distorting the laws, turning formless into corporeal, and forcing out the 5 elemental sacred beasts. Die! Seeing that his means had been broken by Fiend Ancestor Rahu, the 5 elemental sacred beasts did not hesitate. They directly used their strongest means, relying on the Khanate 5 elements pentagonal array to fight Fiend Ancestor Rahu fiercely. However, although the 5 elemental sacred beasts attacked fiercely, they clearly held back some strength, as if they did not want to fight Fiend Ancestor Rahu to the death. This was not because they were afraid of death, but because it was not worth it. Although Fiend Ancestor Rahu was attacking fiercely, he would not be able to last long. After all, he was burning his origin to fight with others. When his origin was exhausted, his strength would be exhausted, and he would be at their mercy. The 5 elemental sacred beasts had noticed this, so they did not fight Fiend Ancestor Rahu to the death. Instead, they fought with him until he could not hold on any longer. The battle continued, and as time passed, not only did it not weaken, but it became even more intense than before. And after using all their strength for a long time, whether it was the 5 elemental sacred beasts, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation, or the 4 Khanate cardinal treasures, although they still maintained their combat strength, their auras became more and more sluggish. Obviously, after a long battle with Fiend Ancestor Rahu, it was not easy for them. Feng Zichen's situation was not good. On the other hand, the situation on Fiend Ancestor Rahu's side was completely different. After a long battle, not only did Fiend Ancestor Rahu not show any fatigue, but it also made him more energetic. It was as if the more he fought, the braver he became. In fact, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was indeed braver as he fought. But this was not a good thing. The more energetic Fiend Ancestor Rahu was, the worse his situation was. His combat strength was completely obtained by burning his origin. However, the more he burned his origin, the greater the damage to himself. The current Fiend Ancestor Rahu's combat strength did not decline. Instead, it became stronger. This undoubtedly meant that he burned more of his origin. Fiend Ancestor Rahu could not hold on any longer. Fiend Ancestor Rahu understood his situation very well. He knew that if he continued to fight like this, there was a high chance that he would be suppressed by the other party. And during this period he also had many opportunities to withdraw. After all, his strength was there. If he wanted to leave with the vastness of the primordial world, who could stop him? Not even Tao Ancestor Hongjun. However, Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not want to leave. Although it was dangerous to stay here, it could also let him see the hope of a breakthrough. Every time he was between life and death, Fiend Ancestor Rahu could faintly see the hope of a breakthrough. He had been trapped in the primordial chaos realm for too long. He was too eager to break through. Now, there was an opportunity in front of him. Even if he had to risk his life, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was unwilling to give up. If it were anyone else, losing so much of their innate origin, not to mention breaking through, even maintaining their original strength would be considered burning incense. But Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not care. For someone like him who was at a bottleneck, the origin was obviously not as important as breaking through. If the origin was gone, he could refine it again. However, once he missed the opportunity to break through, it would be difficult to find it again. Therefore, he was still unable to make up his mind to leave, so he kept delaying it. It's about time. In the middle of the battle, Feng Zichen found some time and secretly estimated the time. He felt that Fiend Ancestor Rahu was about to reach his limit. Therefore, he decided to use his final trump card to deliver a fatal blow to Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Chaos Baleful Aura, kill for me. With a thought, Feng Zichen established a connection with the Pangu deity. Then, he manipulated the Pangu deity to use the chaotic evil chi extracted from the primordial ferocious beast as a sword and slashed at the demon Ancestor Ra. A sword that split the sky. This was Feng Zichen's strongest swordsmanship, and also his strongest technique. Because he observed Pangu's creation of the world, his sword momentum carried a trace of heaven-splitting Tao, so it was named Split the Sky. The power of this sword was endless, and it was enough to kill enemies of a higher realm. In addition, Feng Zichen's sword was refined from the Chaos Baleful Aura from the Chaos Fiend God at his peak, causing the power of this sword to soar. This was the trump card that Feng Zichen used to deal with the saints. If he was not facing Fiend Ancestor Rahu, he would not use it at all. In the distant boundless starry sky, God Pangu suddenly stood up. He formed a sword with his right hand and pointed at Fiend Ancestor Rahu from afar. Chi! A cold light appeared on his fingertip. It was as black as ink and emitted an aura that could destroy everything. Then this cold light became brighter and bigger. It shot out from Pangu's fingertip and gradually turned into an arc-shaped sword light that traversed hundreds of millions of miles in the starry sky. Whoosh! The boundless sword energy tore through the air. It stirred up a boundless sword momentum. It was vast and mighty, as if it could split the sky and earth, and it headed straight for Fiend Ancestor Rahu. When the sword light approached, Fiend Ancestor Rahu, who was fighting fiercely with the 5 elements sacred beasts, felt his hair stand on end. A great sense of fear rose in his heart. Then, without waiting for him to react, he saw the sword light break through the air and ruthlessly slash his body, cutting his broken body in half at the waist. Not good. There's danger. It was also at this moment that Fiend Ancestor Rahu realized what had happened, but it was obviously too late. He had been cut in half by the sudden attack of the sword light. His upper body and lower body were separated, and he was thrown high into the air by the impact of the sword light. How? Is it possible? Even though it had already happened, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was still in disbelief. He looked at his lower body that was left on the spot with a blank face, his eyes full of shock. His physical body was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. Even if its strength had weakened under the attacks of everyone and was not as strong as before, it should not have been cut in half so easily. Fiend Ancestor Rahu looked at the opposite side with a puzzled expression. But what he saw were also 5 dumbfounded faces. Obviously, the 5 elements sacred beasts did not know what was going on either. At this moment, not to mention Fiend Ancestor Rahu, even the 5 elements sacred beasts and Haoyan who were fighting with him, as well as the saint incarnations and chaos demon gods who had to pay attention to this place even though they were fighting to the death, were all stunned. What kind of attack was this? Why was it so strong? The strength of Fiend Ancestor Rahu's physical body had been fully demonstrated in the intense battle earlier. No one doubted that even the ancestral Magus Emperor Jiang Fuxing was far inferior to Fiend Ancestor Rahu in terms of physical body. But such a powerful physical body had been cut in half by a sword. This was too strong. Everyone was shocked and could not help but feel a little scared. If this sword had cut their bodies, what would have happened? They would probably have been killed directly. Hiss. Thinking of this, while the saint incarnations felt a chill in their hearts, they looked at Great Emperor Ziwei vaguely. They had clearly seen that this sword light had slashed out from the boundless starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei. He really hit it well. If Fiend Ancestor Ra hadn't come out to take the blame, I'm afraid who would have been killed by this sword light. The expressions of the saint incarnations were a little ugly. There was no other reason. It was because they had already figured out the reason why Feng Zichen had hidden this sword light. This was obviously used to deal with them. After all, if Fiend Ancestor Ra had not appeared, only the saints in the primordial world could threaten Great Emperor Ziwei. In that case, wasn't his purpose obvious? Close. Although Fiend Ancestor Rahu was very puzzled, he also knew that now was not the time to think about this. It was more important to recover from his injuries. Fiend Ancestor Rahu's speed could not be said to be slow. While everyone was stunned, he directly put away his severed lower body and tried to reassemble his physical body. But it was obvious that he had failed. There was a layer of faint black gas lingering around the wound that could not be removed. It was constantly eroding his vitality. Not only did it prevent him from reassembling his body, but it also further worsened his injuries. If this layer of black gas was not removed, it would not be long before he died due to the destruction of his vitality. Chapter 595. Chaos Baleful Aura. Shocked, Demon Ancestor Rahu almost gritted his teeth and said the origin of the black aura on his body word by word. How could he, who had a deep relationship with the Chaos Fiend God, not recognize the Chaos Baleful Aura? One had to know that controlling the Baleful Aura was one of the methods that the Fiend Path was proud of. Demon Ancestor Rahu had never dreamed that one day he would be defeated by the method that he was proud of. The quality of the Chaos Baleful Aura on his body was high, far surpassing all the types of baleful aura he had seen before. From this, it could be seen that the strength of its owner was definitely far beyond imagination. At this moment, Demon Ancestor Ra understood that his body was doomed to be devoured by the Chaos Baleful Aura. Not only that, after devouring his body, the Chaos Baleful Aura might even take advantage of the connection and corrode his innate indestructible true spirit. That was a fatal matter. If the body was gone, he could still condense it again by paying a price. However, if the innate indestructible true spirit was gone, it meant that he had fallen. It would take a long time to accumulate the strength to return. Therefore, the most important thing now was to abandon the body. Demon Ancestor Rahu was also a decisive person. Thinking of the danger, he immediately made a decision. He did not care about his almost invincible body. He directly cut off the connection between him and the body, escaped the innate indestructible true spirit, and abandoned it. Let's go! A ray of light rose from Demon Ancestor Rahu's forehead and turned into his appearance. It was Demon Ancestor Rahu's foundation, the innate indestructible true spirit. What's going on? Why did Demon Ancestor Rahu release his true spirit? Everyone looked at Demon Ancestor Rahu in confusion. They had no idea what Demon Ancestor Rahu had experienced. They only saw that after Demon Ancestor Rahu retracted his broken body, he suddenly released his true spirit. In their eyes, this was a completely suicidal thing to do. How important was the innate indestructible true spirit? It was the foundation of one's life. If it was destroyed by others, then one's life would come to an end. Directly exposing the innate indestructible true spirit in front of others, and in front of the enemy, how was this different from suicide? No, it was not necessarily suicide. Perhaps Demon Ancestor Rahu was provoking him. He thought that the enemy could not cause him any harm, so he dared to release the innate indestructible true spirit in public. You're courting death. With this thought in mind, everyone was enraged. Immediately, they unleashed their strongest attacks at Ra. You bastards! Seeing the group charge over, Fiend Ancestor Rahu cursed loudly. He no longer attacked as fiercely as before. Instead, he switched from offense to defense as he carefully defended himself. Even after losing his body, Rahu's combat strength did not decrease by much. However, the innate indestructible true spirit was ultimately not a physical body. In terms of defense, it was far from comparable to the innate indestructible true spirit. Most likely, it would be smashed into smithereens after taking a few hits from the other party. Therefore, Fiend Ancestor Rahu could not help but feel somewhat restrained when he attacked. He gradually fell into a disadvantage. On the other side of the battlefield, the Chaos Fiend Celestial, who was fighting the Saints' incarnations, had an interesting expression when he saw Rahu's innate indestructible true spirit escape from his body. Others might not be able to recognize the origin of the chaotic evil chi, but how could they not? This was clearly a method used by their fellow Taoists to erode the primordial world. However, he did not expect that it would be used by the living beings of the primordial world to deal with them. This kind of feeling was quite awkward. Poor fellow! While feeling awkward in their hearts, the Chaos Fiend Celestial looked at Feng Zichen, the mastermind behind the scenes, with cold gazes. How could the Chaos Fiend Celestial's things be so easy to take? He would definitely pay the price. Today, Feng Zichen used the chaotic evil chi to deal with Fiend Ancestor Ra. Although he succeeded in one fell swoop, he also formed karma with the owner of the chaotic evil chi. When the great calamity arose again in the future, he would definitely be settled with today's karma. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was besieging Fiend Ancestor Ra, suddenly shivered for some reason. He felt a chill all over his body, as if he was being stared at by some great existence. But that feeling, it came quickly and left quickly as well. By the time Feng Zichen reacted, that feeling had already disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Feng Zichen hurriedly used the power of the Celestial Emperor's incarnation, which was comparable to the 12th level of primordial chaos, to check carefully, but he did not find anything unusual. Suddenly, Feng Zichen turned around and saw the expressions of the saints' incarnations, as well as the indifferent eyes of the Chaos Fiend Celestial. After thinking about it carefully, Feng Zichen guessed that it was because of the chaotic evil spirit that they were afraid of him, which led to the current situation. Perhaps, the chill that rose in his heart had something to do with their fear. After all, anyone who was targeted by 5 saints and 9 Chaos Fiend Celestial would feel their scalp go numb and their heart turn cold. After all, his realm was too low, and the level he came into contact with was far from the level of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, so Feng Zichen did not think of the hidden dangers of the chaotic evil chi. This was not a bad thing. After all, with his current strength, even if he knew about this matter, he could not solve it. Therefore, it was better to be ignorant. At least he would not be worried. Anyway, under the protection of Pangu, the mysterious Chaos Fiend Celestial could not kill Feng Zichen in the primordial world. Just as Feng Zichen was exploring the reason for the inexplicable discomfort in his body, the battle came to an end. Without the protection of his strong physical body, Demon Ancestor Rahu was no match for the joint forces of everyone. After his innate indestructible true spirit was shattered several times, his strength finally fell to the bottom. He could not take it anymore. It was also at this time that Demon Ancestor Rahu felt that his life was threatened and had the thought of leaving. Therefore, he used the most powerful magic of the demon sect, self-destruction. Damn it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Explode for me. After condensing the innate indestructible true spirit again, Demon Ancestor Rahu made up his mind and directly detonated the physical body that he had abandoned. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Ancestor Rahu's body that had been broken into 2 exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying power leaked out and stirred up the boundless wind and clouds. Demon Ancestor Rahu's physical body was comparable to a connate cardinal treasure. In addition to his origin, if he self-destructed, how powerful would the power be? One had to know, a long time ago, before Demon Ancestor Rahu attained the Tao. Under his self-destruction, he almost destroyed the entire Western land, causing it to be in a state of desolation. The current him was more than 100 times stronger than before. The consequences of this self-destruction could be imagined. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, a huge force that could destroy the world spread out in all directions with Demon Ancestor Rahu's physical body as the center. The first to bear the brunt was the supreme precept domain that suppressed demon ancestor Ra. It did not even last a breath before it was torn into pieces by the terrifying force. It was the 3 Khanate cardinal treasures that suppressed demon ancestor Ra. However, they only lasted for a moment before they were sent flying by the terrifying force. Bastard! How dare he self-destruct here? At this moment, Feng Zichen, Hao Yan, and the others were about to go crazy with anger. What was this place? It was the center of the primordial world, where the world tree was. It could be said to be connected to the heavenly court and the underworld court. Demon ancestor Rahu self-destructed here. If he was not careful, the primordial world would be destroyed. They originally thought that since this place was so important, demon ancestor Rahu would not know about it. Then, he would not use such a method like self-destruction. However, they did not expect that they had overestimated demon ancestor Ra. In his madness, he would do anything. While cursing demon ancestor Rahu in their hearts, Feng Zichen, Hao Yan, and the other 3, along with the 5-element sacred beasts, rushed to the center of the explosion at the same time, trying their best to weaken the power generated by demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction. It was not that they did not want to escape, but they could not. If they saw that the situation was not good, they would escape directly and let the power leak out. Then, the world tree that was rooted here would definitely be destroyed by the power generated by the self-destruction at the first moment, causing a series of disasters. Then, the entire primordial world would be affected by the power generated by demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction, turning into a wasteland that was even more serious than the Western land. All kinds of disasters added together would definitely cause an even greater disaster. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an apocalyptic crisis. It could not be said that. The immeasurable calamity would descend early because of this, and all living beings of the primordial world would be finished together. Therefore, Feng Zichen and the others felt that they could not retreat. Even if they had to use their lives, they could not retreat. Among the 9 of them, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation was the strongest. Therefore, the Celestial Emperor's incarnation stood at the front to withstand the most powerful impact. And behind him were the 5 elemental sacred beasts. They had joined forces to conjure the Khanate cardinal treasure, the 5 elemental flags of the 5 directions, so as to maintain the Khanate 5 elemental grand array with all their might, so as to reduce the impact of Rahu's self-destruction. Zhouxing Map, Little Mount Buzhou, Meiluo Heaven's Primordial Pagoda, and the Human Dao Imperial Seal, come over to me. While gritting their teeth and persevering, Feng Zichen and the others also summoned back the 3 Khanate cardinal treasures that had been sent elsewhere earlier. Even the Human Dao Imperial Seal that was fighting the world-destroying Millstone and the unknown Long Banner was summoned back by Feng Zichen to offset the power. Something's not right. At the center of the explosion, Feng Zichen gradually realized that something was wrong. Although the power of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction was strong, it was not as strong as he had imagined. At the very least, it had not reached the point where they could not withstand it. However, it made sense. Before the self-destruction, demon ancestor Ra had already been seriously injured. His physical body had been broken, and his innate origin had almost been burned to ashes. His strength was far from being comparable to his peak. There was not much left. Under such circumstances, even if the power of the self-destruction was still very strong, there was a limit to it. If someone risked their life to resist at this moment, there was a high chance that the power of his self-destruction and the damage to the primordial world would be controlled within a certain range. F***CK. Damned demon ancestor, did he plan this in advance? At this moment, Feng Zichen gradually figured it out. He felt that all of this had been planned by demon ancestor Rahu in advance. After all, demon ancestor Rahu was not a lunatic. Why would he suddenly want to destroy the primordial world? What good would it do him? Not to mention that the heavenly Dao ancestor Hongjun, and the saints would fight him to the death. Even the chaos fiend god might not allow him to do so. Destroying the primordial world was a thankless task for him. Demon ancestor Rahu was not a fool. Why would he do that? Therefore, demon ancestor Rahu had calculated that everyone would use their lives to minimize the damage caused by his self-destruction and prevent anything from happening to the primordial world. F***CK, F***CK, demon ancestor Rahu, I'm not done with you. Thinking of how demon ancestor Luo Ho had not forgotten to plot against them even at such a critical moment to avenge their encirclement, Feng Zichen's heart was burning with anger. He wished he could burn Luo Ho's bones and scatter his ashes. Unfortunately, even though Feng Zichen hated demon ancestor Rahu to the core, he could not settle the score with him at this moment. Protecting the primordial world was more important. It was true that a gentleman could be bullied. God Pangu, suppress. Afraid that the Tree of World would be affected by the aftermath of the self-destruction, Feng Zichen summoned God Pangu. With the power of the 9th level of primordial chaos and the means left behind by the heavenly Tao, he protected the Tree of World with all his strength. Rumble. In the void that no one could see, God Pangu suddenly stretched out his huge arms from the boundless void to the primordial world and firmly protected the Tree of World. Just as Feng Zichen and the others were struggling to suppress the power of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction, the demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction appeared. His innate indestructible true spirit slowly emerged and calmly put away the innate cardinal treasure, the world-destroying millstone, and the unknown long banner, before disappearing. This time, the demon ancestor Rahu's loss was not small. The body that could be said to be the number one in the primordial world was completely gone. If he wanted to recover, he did not know how much price and time it would take. Even the connate immortal true spirit had been shattered dozens of times and needed a long time to recover. However, it was not that he did not gain any benefits. At the very least, he saw the hope of a breakthrough. He believed that after this, he only needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to see the opportunity for a breakthrough. However, the breakthrough of demon ancestor Ra. That would be a long time later. The premise for him to break through was that he had to at least reassemble his body, then replenish his innate origin, and finally recover his innate immortal true spirit. To break through, his body, origin, and true spirit had to be in the peak state. Judging from demon ancestor Rahu's current situation, it would take a long time to recover all of these. At the very least, it would be difficult to see his figure for a few eons. Has demon ancestor Rahu gone mad? The moment they saw demon ancestor Rahu self-destruct, the saint incarnations were really shocked, thinking that the primordial world was going to be destroyed. Fortunately, Feng Zichen and the others risked their lives to resist, which made them heave a long sigh of relief. But after that, there was endless fear. What if they could not stop it? Worried about this, the quasi-saint incarnation looked at the chaos demon god with a gaze that gradually became a little crazy. They had to get rid of these chaos demon gods as soon as possible so that they could free up their hands to go and support Great Emperor Ziwei. Chapter 596. Retreat. The chaos demon god was not a fool. After the self-destruction of demon ancestor Rahu, he realized that the situation was not right. Without hesitation, he retreated and disappeared into the chaos beyond the heavens. You're lucky to have left quickly. After confirming that the chaos demon god had really left, the quasi-sage avatar complained and rushed toward the Tree of World to help Great Emperor Ziwei and the others resist the destructive power. The quasi-sage avatars rushed over. The situation is not looking good. The quasi-sage avatar frowned when he saw that the power was still leaking out despite Feng Zichen and the others resisting with all their strength. Let's do it. Even if we give up this avatar, we can't let this power spread to the primordial world. The 12 saints hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, they disintegrated their Tao bodies and turned into the purest origin. They rushed toward the center of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction to weaken the power of the self-destruction. Compared to Feng Zichen and the others, the quasi-sage avatar was undoubtedly much more decisive because it was an avatar. In order to block the power of the self-destruction, it sacrificed itself. After all, as long as the original body was not destroyed, the avatar could be formed at any time. Therefore, their lives were not as noble as Feng Zichen and the others. After receiving the help of the quasi-sage avatar, the pressure on Feng Zichen and the others was greatly reduced. They could spare some energy and calmly set up their means to weaken the power of the self-destruction. After a long time, with everyone's joint efforts, the power of demon ancestor Rahu's self-destruction gradually subsided. Feng Zichen and the rest of the 9 people also revealed themselves. However, at this time, they were not in good condition. They were all seriously injured. Among them, in particular, Feng Zichen, Haoyan, Gaochen, and Luais were the most seriously injured. It could be said that their lives were in danger. After all, when demon ancestor Rahu self-destructed, the celestial emperor avatar formed by Feng Zichen, Haoyan, and the others was the most powerful. Therefore, they stood at the forefront and faced the most terrifying impact. It was only natural that they would be injured the most. After the self-destruction subsided, the 4 of them could not even maintain their celestial emperor avatars due to their severe injuries. They disintegrated in the air and turned into 4 people who fell in the air. Their faces were pale, and they vomited blood. In fact, there were wisps of innate origin. It flowed out from their wounds. This was the sign of Dao transformation, and it actually appeared on Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other 3. From this, one could see how serious their injuries were. At Feng Zichen's side, Zhou too powerlessly fell to the ground. The spirit light around his body was incomparably dim, and it was clear that he had suffered heavy injuries. Small Mount Buzhou had also become bumpy. If it weren't for its special material, it would have been directly blown to pieces by the power of the explosion. The human Dao Imperial Seal's situation looked much better, no injuries visible on the surface, but this wasn't the case. It looked fine on the surface, but that was because its material was special. It was formed from Pangu's finger bone, so it was naturally unimaginably hard. However, inside, the divinity of the human Dao Imperial Seal was almost completely destroyed. It could even be said that without using the power of the Chaos Bead, the current human Dao Imperial Seal was an empty shell. It had the level of a Khanate Cardinal Treasure, but there was no trace of the power of a Khanate Cardinal Treasure. Other than being especially hard and heavy, it was almost useless. Just the damage to these 3 cardinal treasures was enough to make Feng Zichen's heart ache. It would probably take a long time to repair them. Not to mention, he himself had suffered a fatal injury. Tragic. Tragic. Tragic to the extreme. It could be said that this injury was the most serious Feng Zichen's injury since he came to the primordial world. It was enough to threaten his life. Feng Zichen's injury was so serious, so Hao Tian, Gaochen, and Luais naturally didn't have it easy. This was especially so for Hao Tian. His injury was the most serious among the 4 of them. It was so serious that Feng Zichen felt that Hao Tian wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He would be forced to reincarnate to recover from the injury to his essence. There was a reason why Hao Tian's injury was the most serious. Although he wasn't as powerful as Feng Zichen, his status was higher than Feng Zichen's. At this time, it had to be the special nature of the Celestial Thearcha's incarnation. The 4 of them joined forces to summon the Celestial Thearcha's incarnation through the power of the heavenly gods. Thus, the 4 of them naturally had different levels of control over the Celestial Thearcha's incarnation. This was because the Celestial Thearcha's incarnation was formed from the power of the heavenly gods. Thus, it wasn't determined by power, but by the power of the heavenly gods. Among the 4 of them, Hao Tian had the greatest control over the Celestial Thearcha's incarnation. Thus, when the Celestial Thearcha's incarnation was attacked, Hao Tian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. As the saying went, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Hao Tian's power was greater than that of Feng Zichen and the other 2, so he naturally had to bear more damage. Therefore, Hao Tian's injuries were the most serious. However, even though that was the case, Hao Tian was indeed a little unlucky. He was completely used by Feng Zichen to resist the lightning. His power was great, and he also had the greatest control over the Celestial Thearcha's incarnation. However, the remaining 3 people were only one person in name. The 3 of them joined forces. They directly made Hao Tian a figurehead. In other words, although Hao Tian was bearing the greatest risk, the control of the celestial Thearcha's incarnation was in the hands of Feng Zichen. He was completely taking the risk for Feng Zichen. Therefore, Hao Tian was really unlucky to have met such a troublemaker like Feng Zichen. Compared to the miserable appearance of Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the other three, the injuries of the 5 elements sacred beasts, although also very serious, were obviously not fatal. The celestial Thearcha's incarnation was at the front and withstood the greatest damage. The 5 elements sacred beasts were behind him, so their injuries were undoubtedly less severe. Moreover, the 5 elements sacred beasts had been desperately maintaining the connate 5 elements and 5 directions formation, which also made it easier for them to resist the impact of the demon ancestor's self-explosion compared to Feng Zichen and the others. It was also because of this reason. The injuries suffered by the connate 5 elements and 5 directions flags were much lighter than those suffered by Zhouxing and the others. On the other hand, the Tree of World, because everyone focused on protecting it, other than some broken branches, it did not suffer much damage. Thousands of connate spiritual treasures appeared in the void, each turning into a ray of divine light and disappearing into the void. The celestial Thearcha's incarnation disappeared, and the myriad treasures formation lost its carrier. The connate spiritual treasures that responded to the call of the celestial Thearcha's incarnation scattered in the void. As everything calmed down, these connate spiritual treasures completed their mission, and there was no need to continue to stay. They scattered and returned to where they came from. Let's go! Worried that their injuries would worsen, and also worried that someone would take advantage of the situation, Feng Zichen, Hao Tian, and the others nodded to the 5 elements sacred beasts and quickly returned to the boundless starry sky and the heaven realm. Bang! After returning to the Emperor's star, Feng Zichen's injuries could no longer be suppressed. A violent evil aura surged out of his body, causing countless cracks to appear on his body in an instant. Wisps of origin followed the cracks on Feng Zichen's body and couldn't stop gushing out. Ahem! Damn demon ancestor! After mobilizing the origin power of the Emperor's star and temporarily suppressing the evil aura in his body, Feng Zichen couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Too ruthless! Demon ancestor Rahu was too ruthless. Although the destructive power of the self-explosion was shocking, it was not enough to endanger their lives. At most, they would be seriously injured and unable to attack for hundreds of yuan hui. What was truly dangerous to Feng Zichen and the others' lives was the overwhelming evil aura. One had to know that the body-refining method of the demonic path was somewhat different from the mainstream of the untainted land. It was the master of collecting evil aura to refine the body. This caused a large amount of evil aura to accumulate in the bodies of the demonic path's experts. As for demon ancestor Rahu, the strength of his physical body could be said to be the best in the untainted land. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the evil aura accumulated in his body was. With the self-explosion of demon ancestor Rahu, the evil aura that had accumulated in his body for many years also erupted at the same time. It rushed towards Feng Zichen and the others like an overwhelming force. The power of the self-explosion, the terrifying evil aura, and the monstrous demonic aura exploded in one day. This caused Feng Zichen and the others to suffer fatal injuries. Demon ancestor Rahu. Today's cause, tomorrow's effect. We're not done with this matter. After saying this in his heart, Feng Zichen shifted his attention to the Luais and Gaochen incarnations. Even he couldn't hold on, let alone these 2 incarnations. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the Luais and Gaochen incarnations were filled with evil aura that was constantly eroding their innate origins. In fact, there were even wisps of demonic aura looming on their bodies. If they hadn't mobilized the origin power of the South Pole Star and Gaochen Star to suppress their injuries in time, they would have been eroded by the evil aura long ago. They would either become mindless devils or directly die from the Tao. However, in their current situation, even with the suppression of the star origin, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long without external help. In Feng Zichen's heart, the Gaochen incarnations could fall and use them to plan the future, But nothing could happen to the Luais. With a thought, Feng Zichen had an idea. On the Gaochen star. The Gaochen Great Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. Then he forcefully gathered a trace of spiritual power and threw the human Tao's supreme treasure, Imperial Seal Lu, to Fuxi in the lower domain. He also instructed Fuxi to nourish the Imperial Seal Lu with the Heavenly Emperor's imperial energy to restore its destroyed divinity. After doing all this, the Gaochen Great Emperor suddenly closed his eyes and disintegrated his Tao body, turning into the purest innate origin power. Part of it fused with the Gaochen star's origin power, while the other part flowed silently to the South Pole star and fused with the Luai's incarnation's body. On the South Pole star, the Luai's incarnation of the South Pole Longevity Emperor had his aura skyrocketed after receiving the Gaochen Great Emperor's innate origin power. He suppressed the rising evil aura in his body. Then, the Luai's incarnation suddenly took a step forward. He came to the deepest part of the Nine Heavens lightning region and activated the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Eye of Tribulation, to attract endless innate lightning to cleanse his body and destroy the evil aura and demonic aura in his body. With the fall of the Gaochen Great Emperor, the heavens and earth reacted and endless blood rain fell. Whoosh! The blood rain fell and covered the entire wilderness. Violent winds howled, sweeping up boundless sorrow. Rumble! There was also the rumbling of thunder that lasted for a long time, as if heaven and earth were crying. Heaven and earth mourned the fall of a great emperor. For a time, all living beings looked at the boundless rain of blood. They felt as if they had lost something in their hearts, and they could not help but shed tears. Humans. The human emperor palace. Fuxi looked at the human Tao imperial seal in his hand with a strange expression. Especially when the vision of the North Star Emperor's death appeared, his expression became even weirder. The Gaochen was dead. Fuxi did not look sad at all, because he did not believe that the great Taoist priests would fall so easily. For the great emperor to fall at this time, there must be some unknown plan. Fuxi was not the only one with such thoughts. Almost all the mighty figures in the primordial world thought so. After all, the North Star Emperor had a history of faking his death to escape. After dealing with the incarnation, Feng Zichen did not dare to delay. He immediately let go of his mind and merged with the god Pangu. With his power, he mobilized the origin of the boundless starry sky to destroy the murderous aura in his body, trying to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Rumble. Boundless starlight was emitted from Zhoxing and billions of stars. Under the control of the god Pangu, they gathered toward the Emperor's star, forming a huge star vortex around it. At the same time, the god Pangu was also doing his best to absorb the chaotic aura from the chaos outside the realm so that he could transform it into the purest origin of heaven and earth to make up for Feng Zichen's loss of Khanate origin. Such a huge commotion. Naturally, it alarmed the mighty figures from all over the world. They all raised their heads and looked at the center of the boundless starry sky, where the Emperor's star was located. There, a star vortex that occupied most of the sky was rotating on its own. It was abnormally beautiful and attracted everyone's attention. However, when everyone saw such a beautiful scene, their eyes were not filled with fascination but fear. The power emitted by the star vortex that occupied half of the sky was too strong. It was no exaggeration to say that even a master who had just entered the primordial chaos realm would be torn to pieces in no time. That was also true. How could the star vortex formed by gathering the power of the entire boundless starry sky not be powerful? Feng Zichen did not do this without a purpose. He was deterring and also warning. He was warning those who had ulterior motives to put away their thoughts that they should not have. Now, the quasi-sage incarnations had collectively sacrificed themselves and died. The Heavenly Emperor and even the three gods were either dead or injured. It was hard to guarantee that no one would have the thought of taking advantage of the situation at this time. Therefore, Feng Zichen chose to show off his muscles at this moment and tell the world that even if he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to easily suppress the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Looking at the powerful star vortex, no one would dare to have any other thoughts. In fact, it was the same. After seeing the star vortex, Some fellows with ulterior motives hurriedly put away their thoughts and focused on observing the star vortex. They tried to see through the mysteries of the stars so that they could deduce a supreme magic. Chapter 597. The star jade was formed by gathering the power of the entire boundless starry sky, and it contained endless creation. If one could comprehend some of its mysteries, it would be beneficial to create cultivation techniques or deduce magical powers. Therefore, to those with ulterior motives, the star jade was undoubtedly dangerous. But to those with an open mind, the star jade was a great opportunity. Jade Pool of the 33rd Heaven. As soon as Haotian returned, he spat out a mouthful of blood before he could say anything. At the same time, a raging demonic flame rose from his body, and it was unusually horrifying. Within the demonic flames, strands of baleful aura appeared and tightly wrapped around Hao Tian's body. It seemed to have completely merged with Hao Tian, making Hao Tian look even more terrifying. Sizzle, Hao Tian's blood fell on the ground, but there was no divine light or holy aura. Instead, there was a sizzling sound, and a hole was eroded in the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Hao Tian's blood was no longer pale gold. It had turned dark red, similar to the blood of the demon ancestor, and it was mixed with wisps of evil spirit. Obviously, his blood had been completely contaminated by the evil spirit. The demonic flame rose all over his body, and his blood was also contaminated by the evil spirit. Hao Tian's situation showed that he had been completely eroded by the evil spirit of the demon ancestor Ra. He was beyond saving. Now, there were only two paths in front of Hao Tian. One was to grit his teeth and persevere until his spiritual wisdom completely disappeared, and he completely degenerated into a demon without any spiritual wisdom. The other was to give up everything and enter the reincarnation cycle, using the power of reincarnation to destroy the evil spirit that was tightly entangled with his origin. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Empress Jade Pool, who was resting in the Jade Pool, was really shocked when she saw Hao Tian's appearance. Then, almost subconsciously, Jade Pool rushed to Hao Tian's side and used all kinds of creation techniques to try to improve Hao Tian's situation. She even separated part of her congenital origin and injected it into Hao Tian's body, hoping to help him. But Jade Pool's actions were destined to be useless. The demonic qi had already merged with Hao Tian's innate origin. Even if Dao ancestor Hong Jun came personally, he would not be able to separate them, let alone Yao Qi. Jade Pool, don't waste your efforts. I know my own situation. The evil spirit has invaded my origin, and there's no saving me. The only way is to enter the reincarnation cycle. After absorbing Jade Pool's congenital origin, Hao Tian's injuries didn't improve, but his spirit was undoubtedly much more uplifted, and he could speak normally. Your Majesty, what should we do? Yes, let's go find Master. Master's divine abilities are boundless. He will definitely have a way to save you. Hao Tian's Jade Pool, Jade Pool, Jade Pool, Jade Pool suddenly, Jade Pool, Jade Pool and Pool. But immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. He carried Hao Tian and was about to go to the chaos outside the heavens to find Dao ancestor Hong Jun to save him. But before he could do anything, Hao Tian reached out and stopped him. It's useless. My injuries were caused by demon ancestor Luoho. Even if Master personally intervenes, it's useless. Shaking his head, Hao Tian said calmly. Death was approaching, but he didn't have any fear. Instead, he felt that his state of mind was gradually improving, becoming more and more compatible with the status of Celestial Emperor. In this state, Hao Tian felt that his vision was constantly improving. Many things that he didn't understand before were now gradually figured out. Things that he couldn't see before became clearer. Hao Tian faintly saw his future, and felt that his death might not be a bad thing. Perhaps it was his opportunity that made his Tao reach perfection. The continuous improvement of his state of mind made Hao Tian closer to the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, he seemed to be drowned in the endless mysteries of Tao. He gradually became addicted to it and didn't want to wake up. In the outside world, his eyes were gradually losing their luster, transforming into Tao. Hao Tian's situation was similar to transforming into Dao. It was very dangerous. If he didn't do well, he would be assimilated by Dao and completely silent. It would be very troublesome to resurrect him in the future. How could it be easy to snatch someone from the hands of Dao? Between life and death, there were great terrors and great opportunities. It was not just a matter of words. Hao Tian was on the verge of death this time. He glimpsed Dao between life and death and was able to come into contact with the essence of heaven and earth. This was originally a great opportunity that could allow one to obtain the ticket to enter the realm of primordial chaos. However, Hao Tian's current state was too poor. It was not enough to support him to obtain this opportunity. If Hao Tian was at his peak, with this opportunity, he would be able to cultivate to the realm of half-primordial chaos in one fell swoop. But unfortunately, now, he was about to die. Even if they were faced with a heaven-shaking opportunity, they still lacked the strength to do so. Your Majesty, wake up. Wake up. Seeing that Hao Tian was about to be lost in the endless mysteries of Dao and gradually be devoured, Yao Qi, who was beside him, found that something was wrong and quickly woke him up. Huff. After being woken up by Yao Qi, Hao Tian couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If his mind had really been assimilated by the great Dao, then his fate would have been much worse than now. Yao Qi, I have a hunch that entering the reincarnation tribulation this time might be where my opportunity lies. So, you don't have to worry about me at all. I'll be fine. On the contrary, when I return, my strength will definitely be one step higher, and thus reverse the current situation of the heavenly court. After coming back to his senses, Hao Tian hurriedly comforted Yao Qi, who had a worried look on her face. Your Majesty, after you leave, what will happen to the heavenly court? Under Hao Tian's comfort, Yao Qi gradually regained her calm and asked him about the heavenly court. After I enter the reincarnation cycle, all the matters of the heavenly court will be temporarily handed over to you. In the current heavenly court, the only one who still maintained peak combat strength, could control the situation, and was deeply trusted by Hao Tian was Yao Qi. Therefore, he did not hesitate to hand over the power of the heavenly court to Yao Qi. In fact, in the current heavenly court, the four supremes of heaven and earth had all been severely injured. It was almost an empty shell. Other than the great name, there was nothing worth mentioning. Therefore, it didn't matter who it was handed over to. Just as the two of them were talking, a majestic rain of blood suddenly fell between heaven and earth, and boundless sorrow reverberated in the air. A supremacy of heaven and earth had fallen. It's Gaochen who has fallen. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Gaochen to be the first to fall and fall before me. However, with this royal brother of mine's scheme, I'm afraid he's faking his death again. After coughing a few times, Hao Tian said with a smile. Obviously, he did not believe that Gaochen had fallen at all. All right, let's not talk about him. Yao Qi, after I enter the reincarnation cycle, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can go to Ziwei Star and ask Great Emperor Ziwei. After a pause, Hao Tian said to Yao Qi the four of them had suffered fatal injuries in the battle against demon ancestor Luoho. However, in Hao Tian's heart, the person with the greatest chance of survival was undoubtedly Great Emperor Ziwei. Among the four of them, he had the most honorable status, the strongest strength, and even had a Khanate treasure accompanying him. Even Hao Tian had to admit that Great Emperor Ziwei was more qualified than him to become the Celestial Emperor. If it weren't for a coincidence, the position of Celestial Emperor would not have fallen to him, but to someone else. Hao Tian would never believe that such a person would fall in this calamity. The movements in the boundless starry sky undoubtedly proved Hao Tian's guess that Great Emperor Ziwei had the confidence to recover from his injuries. As for Great Emperor Ziwei, although he did not get along with him, he was still one of the four supremes of the Celestial Court. He would not sit by and watch the Celestial Court have problems. Therefore, Hao Tian asked Yao Qi to seek his help when she encountered difficulties. As for worrying that he would seize power, don't joke. The power of the Celestial Court was not as important as recovering from his injuries. At least in the next calamity, Great Emperor Ziwei would have to spend his time recovering from his injuries. How could he be distracted by worldly matters? Okay. I remember. Yao Qi nodded and said after remembering Hao Yan's words in her heart. In that case, then I'll go. Smiling at Yao Qi, Hao Yan dispersed his innate Taoism aptitude, leaving only an innate indestructible true spirit to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The reincarnation of a celestial emperor was naturally extraordinary. It was completely different from the treatment of others. All the Daos of heaven and earth manifested together, opening up a reincarnation passage for him. At the same time, hundreds of millions of laws descended, turning into brilliant divine light that covered Hao Yan's body to protect his safety. Whoosh! After the fall of great Emperor Gaochen, celestial Emperor Hao Yan also fell. The rain of blood between heaven and earth became heavier and heavier. The entire primordial world was dyed with a touch of blood. The sorrow that could not be dissolved reverberated between heaven and earth, causing people to cry uncontrollably. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble! The wind howled, and thunder rumbled. It was the sorrowful howl of heaven and earth, unable to bear the departure of the two supremes of heaven and earth. Has Hao Yan gone to face the calamity? On Ziwei's star, Feng Zichen, who was healing his injuries, sensed Hao Yan's situation and could not help but glance in the direction of Yao Qi. However, that was all. Right now, just as Hao Yan had said, it was more important to recover from his injuries. Otherwise, if someone took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of him, it would really become a joke. There was no time in the mountains, and there was no time in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, it had been a Yuan Hui since the fall of great Emperor Gaochen and Emperor Hao Yan. During this period, there was no calamity in the primordial world. The demonic path had completely gone into hiding. The world welcomed a long-awaited peace, and the myriad races were able to cultivate and recuperate. Everything was developing in a good direction. Of course, in this Yuan Hui club, there was one good thing that had to be mentioned. That was, the great mediums of the primordial world had come out of seclusion one after another. Earlier, in order to deal with the possession of the chaos demon god, almost all the great mediums of the primordial world had entered seclusion. And as a long time had passed, these great mediums had gradually determined the outcome of the battle between them and the chaos demon god. Without a doubt, at this time, it would be very difficult for the chaos demon god who had not succeeded in possession to succeed. Therefore, these chaos demon gods who had failed in possession had become resources for the great mediums to advance further, creating a large number of experts for the primordial world. Those great mediums who had broken out of seclusion had their strength greatly improved. Although there was no existence at the level of origin chaos, most of them had entered the level of half-step origin chaos. It was believed that after a period of time, they would be able to digest what they had gained from devouring the remnant spirit of the chaos demon god. It would not be long before they could break through to the level of origin chaos. Of course, there were some unlucky ones among these great mediums. At this time, they were still possessed by the chaos demon god and completely replaced. Even some chaos demon gods did not reveal their identities after the successful possession. Instead, they chose to hide and continue to walk in the primordial world with the identity of a great medium, waiting for the future. None of these were impossible. Anyway, with the means of the chaos demon god, if they really replaced a person's identity, as long as they did not take the initiative to reveal it, outsiders would not be able to tell. However, although there were accidents, they were still in the minority. Most of them were great mediums who had greatly improved their strength. It was estimated that it would not be long before the strength of the primordial world ushered in a period of eruption. A large number of half-step origin experts and even the real origin Daluo Jingxian would be born. At that time, the primordial world would be particularly exciting. All the Taoist masters would come out and discuss Taoism in the primordial world, not allowing the sages to monopolize the limelight. Even Feng Zichen was about to make a breakthrough. In this battle with the demon ancestor Luo Ho, although he had been seriously injured and suffered a great loss, he had not gained nothing. At the very least, after this battle, he had a very deep understanding of the primordial chaos realm. He already had full confidence to break through the bottleneck and take the crucial half-step to be promoted from half-step primordial chaos to a true primordial chaos Daluo golden immortal. However, although he was confident, the timing of the breakthrough was not right. The premise for the breakthrough was that Feng Zichen's injuries had to be completely healed. Otherwise, all of this would be like the moon in the mirror, flowers in the water. It could be seen but not touched. The path ahead had been opened. Now, he just had to wait for Feng Zichen to recover from his injuries so that he could take that crucial step, attaining the Tao. However, this would have to wait. After all, Feng Zichen's injuries were too serious. Hao Tian was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and Gao Chen sacrificed himself to fight for a chance of survival for Luis. From this, one could see how serious their injuries were. On this day, Feng Zichen woke up from his seclusion. He could not help but stretch his muscles and bones. It had been too long. He had been in the primordial world for a long time, but it was rare for him to cultivate in seclusion for such a long time. Fortunately, he was able to endure it. After resting for a while, Feng Zichen was about to continue cultivating in seclusion. Suddenly, he stopped and looked outside the star jade in shock. Someone had come to visit him. Chapter 598. This was a little strange. Ever since Feng Zichen came to Ziwei Star, other than Wang Shu and Ao Shui, no outsider had come here, especially at such a critical time. He was curious. Feng Zichen released his spiritual sense and looked outside. Why is it her? Seeing the person's true face, Feng Zichen was a little shocked. He never thought that the person who came was the Empress Yao Qi. He didn't have any concealment and just stood outside the star jade, curiously looking at everything around him. What is Yao Qi doing here? Looking away from Yao Qi, Feng Zichen silently thought about Yao Qi's purpose of coming here. In today's world, the great masters came out of seclusion one after another and suppressed the primordial world with peerless power. Not to mention the demon sects, even some famous demons and ghosts didn't dare to show their faces at this time for fear of being killed. Therefore, the primordial world was incomparably peaceful at this time. Since the primordial world was peaceful and nothing major had happened, why did Yao Qi come to him? Poor Wei Yao Qi is here to visit fellow Taoist Ziwei. Just as Feng Zichen was puzzled, Yao Qi outside saw that there was no response from the star jade for a long time and couldn't help but speak. Fellow Taoist, please come in. Hearing this, Feng Zichen didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly opened a passage and welcomed Yao Qi into the Ziwei Palace. Poor Wei is now seriously injured and can't personally welcome fellow Taoist Yao Qi. I hope fellow Taoist will forgive me. In the Ziwei Palace, Feng Zichen released his spiritual sense and sent a voice transmission to Yao Qi. Fellow Taoist Ziwei is really joking. Poor Wei came uninvited and has already offended you. If fellow Taoist doesn't mind, poor Wei is already very grateful. How can I blame fellow Taoist? Shaking her head, Yao Qi said apologetically. May I know why fellow Taoist is here today? After the two of them exchanged greetings for a while, Feng Zichen asked Yao Qi about her purpose of coming. If he was courteous to someone, he must have a request. Ever since Yao Qi came here, she had always put herself in a very low position. Obviously, he had something important to ask for her help. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, to tell you the truth, poor Wei is here because she has something important to ask of you. Yao Qi suddenly stood up and seriously bowed to Feng Zichen as she said, Fellow Taoist, please get up. You really shouldn't do this. If you have anything to say, just say it. If Ziwei is able to do it, I will definitely not refuse. Seeing Yao Qi kneel down, Feng Zichen was really scared and said repeatedly, the Celestial Emperor and the Celestial Emperor were one entity. His bow was equivalent to the Celestial Emperor's bow. If Feng Zichen accepted it, he would have to help the Jade Lake even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, it would be a loss of good fortune. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, His Majesty has been in the cycle of reincarnation for a Yuan Hui. And during this period, His Majesty has been struggling in the cycle of reincarnation, suffering all kinds of torment. Seeing him like this, I really couldn't bear it in my heart, so I decided to enter the cycle of reincarnation to experience the tribulation with him. It's better to have someone to accompany him than to struggle alone in the cycle of reincarnation. After bowing, Yao Qi said to Feng Zichen with a calm face. What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen was really shocked. He once thought that he had heard wrongly, or that Yao Qi was joking. However, looking at Yao Qi's calm face, it didn't seem like she was impulsive. Instead, she had gone through careful consideration before making the decision. Fellow Taoist Yao Qi, have you really decided? Won't you think about it again? After hesitating for a moment, Feng Zichen asked. I've made up my mind. Fellow Taoist, don't try to persuade me anymore. Moreover, before coming, I've already instructed that all the matters of the heavenly court will be handed over to fellow Taoists to handle. Yao Qi interrupted Feng Zichen's words of persuasion and said firmly. Since Yao Qi's attitude was so firm, Feng Zichen couldn't say anything more. Since fellow Taoist has made a decision in your heart, then I won't say anything. Instead, what does fellow Taoist want me to do for you? After a long silence, Feng Zichen asked. Yao Qi talked for a long time, but she didn't say what she wanted him to do for her. Soon, poor Wei will enter the cycle of reincarnation and experience the tribulation with His Majesty. Therefore, poor Wei wants fellow Taoists to protect me when I enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yao Qi bowed to Feng Zichen again and said slowly. Sigh. It's just a matter of convenience. Poor Wei can agree. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so polite. Shaking his head and sighing, Feng Zichen said helplessly. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing Feng Zichen agree, Yao Qi's face showed some joy. After exchanging pleasantries with him for a while, she said goodbye and left. This matter is not easy to handle. After Yao Qi walked away, Feng Zichen said with some worry. With Yao Qi's strength, it was not difficult for her to enter the cycle of reincarnation and accompany Hao Tian to experience the tribulation. However, he was afraid that someone would take advantage of the critical moment when Yao Qi entered the cycle of reincarnation to plot against her so that she would not be able to meet Hao Tian, or even to deceive Yao Qi's perception and make her an enemy of Hao Tian. All of these things were very likely to happen. It was precisely because she was worried about this situation that Yao Qi came to Ziwei Star and asked Feng Zichen to protect her when she entered the cycle of reincarnation to prevent her from being plotted against. And this was exactly what Feng Zichen was worried about. If she was in her heyday, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But the problem was that she was now in a seriously injured state, and her strength was much weaker than before. Fighting with others in such a situation would definitely aggravate his injuries. So, Feng Zichen didn't intend to agree at first. However, he suddenly thought of a legend in the future and agreed to Yao Qi's request. In this way, although Yao Qi was satisfied, she herself was roasting herself on the fire. Regret? That was impossible. She couldn't afford to lose that person. She had to complete what she had promised even if she had tears in her eyes. Next, she could only hope that those conspirators would be tactful and not cause trouble when Yao Qi was reincarnating. Rumble! The Milky Way cosmic light array suddenly began to operate at full strength. Endless starlight gathered towards Ziwei Star, trying its best to heal Feng Zichen's injuries. Before Yao Qi entered the cycle of reincarnation, she could recover a little bit of her injuries. At least she could exert more strength. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. On this day, a huge movement suddenly came from the quiet and peaceful heavenly court. Boundless Tao laws appeared, and colorful lights covered half of the sky. After that, a phoenix danced in the sky, colorful clouds filled the sky, and other magical scenes appeared. Such a big movement naturally alarmed the entire primordial world. For a time, countless mighty figures raised their heads and looked at the heavenly court. Rumble, just as everyone was thinking about what had happened in the heavenly court, a huge reincarnation passage suddenly appeared in the sky above the heaven realm. Someone is going to reincarnate. It's Empress Yao Qi, it's her who is going to reincarnate. Under everyone's witness, Yao Qi's innate indestructible true spirit directly stepped into the reincarnation passage and was about to be reincarnated. However, at this moment, the void suddenly distorted on a large scale. A series of extremely mysterious divine powers shot out from it and blasted towards Yao Qi. Get lost. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen raised the Zhouxing painting and rolled it towards the distorted void. The void was directly flattened by a huge force, and the divine powers that attacked Yao Qi were also crushed. However, the person behind the attack was obviously unwilling to give up. In the blink of an eye, several divine powers blasted out. Go. In this regard, Feng Zichen did not stand on ceremony. He directly threw down the Zhouxing painting and evolved a vast star field, enveloping Yao Qi's true spirit to protect her reincarnation. Great Emperor Ziwei. You're seriously injured, but instead of recuperating, you come out to meddle in other people's business. Do you think your injuries are not serious enough? In the void, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Then, 3 hazy figures descended outside the boundless starry sky and confronted Feng Zichen from a distance. Incredible! 3 half-step primordial chaos existences. The primordial world is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are actually so many experts hiding among them. How should I address you, fellow Taoists? Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Feng Zichen asked with a smile. Obviously, these 3 half-step primordial chaos existences were powerful figures who had just broken out of seclusion. As for who they were, Feng Zichen did not know. First of all, they all used some kind of method to conceal their identities. Secondly, there were too many powerful figures in the primordial world. From the primordial age to the ancient age, countless years had passed. Who knew how many powerful figures had been born in the primordial world? In the face of Feng Zichen's question, the 3 sneered and did not speak. Obviously, they did not intend to reveal their identities. Attacking the Empress was not something to be proud of. If their identities were really exposed, they would definitely be ridiculed by the world and even be besieged by everyone. Therefore, it was better to keep a low profile. Kill. Seeing that Yao Qi's innate indestructible true spirit was about to disappear from the reincarnation passage, the 3 finally could not hold back and decided to attack. 2 of the 3 stepped forward together and blocked Feng Zichen's path. The other took the opportunity to attack Yao Qi. Space-time acceleration. In response, Feng Zichen only silently chanted space-time acceleration in his heart. Suddenly, time began to flow rapidly in the area covered by the Zhouxing map, and Yao Qi's reincarnation speed also sped up. In the blink of an eye, she completely disappeared from the reincarnation passage. At this time, the half-step primordial chaos expert had just arrived near the Zhouxing map. Chaos! After Yao Qi reincarnated, Feng Zichen suddenly attacked the void and completely disrupted Yao Qi's heavenly secrets, making it impossible to calculate any information about her. After doing all this, Feng Zichen revealed a look of interest and looked at the 3 people who were a little stunned. Are you stupid? Unexpectedly, in this world, there was also the time acceleration. Feng Zichen also had an idea. The most important thing about Yao Qi's reincarnation was time. As long as she reincarnated fast enough, others would not have a chance to attack. Therefore he thought of this move. You, damn it. The 3 of them looked at Feng Zichen and were so angry that they could not speak. Then they directly charged at him. Idiot. After cursing in a low voice, Feng Zichen did not even look at the 3 people who were charging at him. He directly turned around and returned to the Emperor's star. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them had just rushed to the edge of the boundless starry sky when they were shocked into powder by the majestic star power. Then, before they could reassemble their bodies, a terrifying suction force came and pulled them into the depths of the boundless starry sky. They were suppressed and accompanied by the 4 great ferocious beasts. I thought I could catch a big fish. I didn't expect to only catch 3 small fish. However, it's better than nothing. With a wave of his hand, suppressing 3 half-step primordial chaos existences was just a trivial matter for Feng Zichen. After all, this was the boundless starry sky. Its mighty power was endless. Even if the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian came, he could not escape the fate of being suppressed, let alone 3 Daluo Jingxian. However, Feng Zichen was still a little disappointed about this. He originally thought that the one who attacked the Jade Pool this time would at least be the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. But he did not expect that in the end, only 3 half-step primordial chaos existences came. It was really a waste of his efforts. He had overestimated the primordial world. The primordial world had only entered the era of half-step primordial chaos. How could there be so many primordial chaos experts? After all, the Chaos Demon God was a special case. After the Jade Pool entered the cycle of reincarnation, the ministers of the Heavenly Court no longer worshipped the Lingxiao Palace. Instead, they went to the boundless starry sky to worship the Ziwei Palace. Every once in a while, they would report to Feng Zichen about the matters of the Heavenly Court. At this point, Feng Zichen began his days of ruling the primordial world. However, he did not persist in this kind of life for long before he became tired of it. The current Heavenly Court had no power at all. He did not need to create clouds and rain, nor did he need to threaten the operation of the stars. It could be said that he was bored out of his mind. However, in order to prove his existence, the ministers of the Heavenly Court came to bother Feng Zichen about trivial matters. He was really angry. For example, "Your Majesty, someone ignored the Heavenly Court and openly despised the gods in the lower realm. Please send troops to attack him." Another example, someone declared himself a king and refused to accept the discipline of the Heavenly Court. Please send troops to attack him. How could Feng Zichen be interested in such things? Therefore, he gave up and directly chased the ministers out of the boundless starry sky to recover his injuries in peace. However, Feng Zichen did not stay in seclusion for long before he was alarmed again. This was because the current Dragon Emperor, Patriarch, of the Dragon Clan personally rushed to the Heavenly Court and announced that he wanted to rely on the Heavenly Court. The Dragon Clan was the overlord of the ancient times. If they wanted to rely on the Heavenly Court, the ministers naturally did not dare to make the decision. They hurriedly went to invite Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion. Regarding this, Feng Zichen took it very seriously. He personally received the Dragon Emperor Aoe. How could he not take it seriously? Aoe was Ao Shue's biological brother and Feng Zichen's brother-in-law. This could not be neglected. After a friendly conversation, Feng Zichen conferred Aoe as the Lord of the Four Seas and controlled the water veins of the primordial world. It had to be said. Feng Zichen's sincerity could not be said to be small. The title that he gave Aoe was called the Lord of the Four Seas, but in reality, it was the Lord of the primordial world's water veins. Its status was second only to the 4 imperial emperors, and it could be said to be a duke. Chapter 599. The Lord of the Water Vein of the Primordial World, as its name suggested, controlled all the water systems in the primordial world. In other words, after receiving Feng Zichen's reward, the Dragon Clan could walk out of the 4 seas and get involved in the major water systems of the primordial world. With the size of the primordial world, there were countless rivers, lakes, and seas. And all of these would belong to the Dragon Clan in the future. One could imagine that when the strength of the Dragon Clan expanded to the extreme one day, the water veins of the primordial world would be filled with the figures of the Dragon Clan. The positions of the Water God and River God were all held by the Dragon Clan or their bloodline descendants. Feng Zichen's move was simply allowing the Dragon Clan to expand rapidly. But he did not care. Not to mention his relationship with the Dragon Clan, even if Haoyan was still alive, he would reward the Dragon Clan like this when he saw them coming to join him. Because, regardless of whether he gave the title or not, with the current strength of the Dragon Clan, they would be able to stabilize their position as the Lord of the Water Vein. He had no way to stop them. The current Dragon Clan was not the Dragon Clan in Feng Zichen's later life. They were noble in name, but in fact, they were at the mercy of others. The current Dragon Clan had been protected by the ancestral dragon's incarnation because of Feng Zichen's teachings of the incense divine path. Thus, they avoided a bloody battle with the Demon Clan. This also caused the strength of the Dragon Clan to not weaken after the Shaman and Demon tribulation. Instead, it became stronger. In a way, It was even more powerful than the current heavenly court. To put it bluntly, with the ancestral dragon's incarnation, although there were countless experts in the primordial world who would dare to compete with the dragon clan for the position of the Lord of the Water Vein, the other great mediums could not, and Feng Zichen and Hao Yin naturally could not. Whether he gave the title or not, they were already in that position. This was already a fait accompli. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not intend to offend anyone. He simply gave the title of the Lord of the Water Vein to the Dragon Clan to fulfill their wish. In this way, he would gain the favor of the Dragon Clan and greatly increase the prestige of the Heavenly Court. Why not? Of course, Feng Zichen dared to reward the Dragon Clan in this way. More importantly, he wanted to set an example for the major forces of the primordial world. Preferential treatment of the Dragon Clan to attract all races. This was the so-called buying horse bones with 1,000 taels of gold. Now that the Dragon Clan had obtained such great benefits, how could the other god clans not be tempted after seeing this? Perhaps they would directly join the Heavenly Court. Your Majesty, I will take my leave now. After receiving this reward, Aoe naturally had nothing to be dissatisfied with. After exchanging greetings with Feng Zichen for a while, he left with a smile. However, before he left, he also promised Feng Zichen that he would send a dragon expert to the sky in a few days to fulfill his duty. As for what his duties were, was there even a need to ask? The responsibility of the dragon race. Isn't it just summoning clouds and summoning rain? Taking advantage of the absence of the heavenly jade pool, Feng Zichen planned to gather part of the power of the heavenly court into his own hands, in case of emergency. Of course. In order to show that he was not greedy for power, Feng Zichen hung all the powerful dragons under the Gaochen Heavenly Palace after they became deities in the heaven. The emperor of the Gaochen Heavenly Palace was known as the Master of Myriad Gods. He held the Myriad Gods picture in his hand and controlled the gods. The god of clouds and rain should be under the name of the emperor of the Gaochen Heavenly Emperor and be under his control. Once the experts of the Dragon Clan ascended to the heavens, their names would naturally appear on the Myriad Gods map to increase the foundation of the incense divine path. Thinking about it, regarding this point, the experts of the Dragon Clan did not have any objections. After all, everyone knew that the emperor of the Gaochen Heavenly Emperor was from the Zichen clan of the human race. He was also the master of the incense divine path. Sigh. A glorious era has finally come to an end. Looking at Aoye's departing figure, Feng Zichen sighed. At some point in time, the old Dragon Emperor had passed the position of Dragon Emperor to Aoye. He had retreated from the world and pursued the great Tao in peace. It was the same for the other innate races. The old patriarch gradually let go and let the younger generation take over the power of the clan. The phenomenon of the replacement of the old and the new silently proceeded in the primordial world. It would probably not be long. It would probably be difficult to see those figures who were active in the primordial world in the early years in the future. With the passage of time, those old fellows would slowly become myths, legends, or even forgotten by the people. In short, with the transfer of power between the old and the new, it was already the end of an era. The primordial world. The world was about to change. Not long after the Dragon Clan announced that they had joined the Heavenly Court, the other two innate races also announced that they had joined the Heavenly Court. Feng Zichen was not stingy with his rewards. They were all rewarded greatly. He conferred the Phoenix clan as the leader of all birds and ruled over the bird lineage. He conferred the Qilin clan as the leader of all beasts and ruled over the beast lineage. As long as their requests were not excessive, Feng Zichen agreed to all of them. As for the other forces of the primordial world, after seeing that the former overlords of the primordial world, the three innate races, had joined the Heavenly Court and obtained many benefits, they were all moved and announced that they had joined the Heavenly Court. In an instant, the strength of the Heavenly Court increased greatly. And Feng Zichen, who had caused all of this, also increased his prestige. All the living beings of the primordial world shouted the name of the great emperor of the Great North Pole. Endless willpower surged into the Ziwei Heavenly Palace, causing a miraculous change to the place where Feng Zichen lived. It forcefully evolved into a miraculous heavenly domain. It was supreme, as if it was at the center of the heavenly Tao, existing with billions of rules. Therefore, the domain name of this heavenly domain was Daluo Heaven. It meant the supreme heavenly domain. Daluo Heaven was supreme, far surpassing the 33 heavens. Therefore, he was independent and had nothing to do with it. The appearance of Daluo Heaven made Feng Zichen, who was already extremely prestigious, even more prestigious. There were even people who had already issued the slogan of letting great Emperor Ziwei take a step closer to becoming a celestial emperor. These words made Feng Zichen really moved. If he was not seriously injured, he might have taken it seriously. Of course, this was just a joke. Feng Zichen was not so irrational. During Haotian's reign, not only did he not make any mistakes, he had also made many contributions. Now, in order to save the primordial world, he had fallen into the calamity of reincarnation. If Feng Zichen took Haotian's position at this time, not only would he not have a legitimate reason, but the spittle of a group of great divine abilities could drown him. Under the uproar of the crowd, in order to avoid suspicion, Feng Zichen placed the various forces that had recently joined the heavenly court under the names of the other gods according to their types. He used this to express that he was selfless and fair. To be honest, Feng Zichen felt a little guilty. The various major forces of the primordial world had joined the heavenly court one after another. They said that it was for his reward, but in reality, it was because the 4 emperors had joined forces to fight against the demon ancestor Rahu and protect the primordial world and all living beings. The human heart was made of flesh. After seeing Feng Zichen and Haotian's performance, how could they not express anything? Feng Zichen's timely reward gave the various forces a reason to join the heavenly court. Could be said that Feng Zichen could have his current prestige because of Haotian. If Haotian had not entered the reincarnation tribulation, the one who enjoyed the worship of all living beings today would not be Feng Zichen, the great emperor of Ziwei, but heavenly emperor Haotian. Although Feng Zichen had contributed the most to fighting against the demon ancestor Rahu, Haotian was still the heavenly emperor, the nominal ruler of the primordial world. Naturally, all the credit had to be given to him. However, as Haotian stepped into the reincarnation, all the credit, including Haotian's share, was Feng Zichen's. This was the will of the heavens. It could only be said that Haotian was unlucky. Is this the Daluo Heaven? Is it the closest place to the Tao? In the Daluo Heaven, Feng Zichen looked around curiously. The Daluo Heaven. He had heard of this leader before. The legendary Supreme Heaven, the residence of the Taoist priests, was also the closest place to the Tao. Legend had it that cultivating here was more likely to achieve the Tao than other places. In the past, Feng Zichen had thought of looking for this heaven, but after he searched the primordial world, he did not find any traces of the Daluo Heaven. At that time, he knew that the Daluo Heaven had not been born yet. Therefore, Feng Zichen gave up the idea of looking for the Daluo Heaven. But he did not expect that the Daluo Heaven that he could not find would suddenly appear by his side today under the inspiration of the wishes of all living beings. Yes, the Daluo Heaven was not evolved by the wishes of all living beings. Instead, he had always been there, but he had only appeared today. After being stunned at the beginning, Feng Zichen gradually figured it out. In the center of the boundless starry sky, where the Ziwei star was, wasn't it the highest place in the primordial world? Higher than him was the chaos outside the heavens. As the supreme heaven, the Daluo Heaven should appear in the highest place in the primordial world, near the Ziwei star, right? On the other hand, the Daluo Heaven had always been by Feng Zichen's side, but he did not notice this at all. It was a little embarrassing. What a good place. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a precept domain. In the Daluo Heaven, Feng Zichen could see boundless Tao laws, as if they were describing all the mysteries of the world. Looking at them could make people immersed in them. This heavenly domain should not be called a heavenly domain, but a Tao domain. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 1,000 days. Moreover, cultivating here was easier to comprehend the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. It was easier to reach the realm of the primordial Daluo Jingxian than in other places. This was for cultivators of the Saint Realm. For cultivators who had not become Daluo Jingxian, this place was also a treasure land. In the era where the world was easier and the laws were hidden, cultivators of the Tai Jingxian realm who cultivated in the Daluo heaven could enjoy the treatment at the beginning of the world to increase the possibility of breaking through to the Daluo Jingxian. However, the level of the Daluo heaven was still too high. As its name suggested, it was a world prepared for the Taoist priests and the Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, cultivators of the Tai Jingxian could not stay in the Daluo heaven for long. Otherwise, they would definitely be assimilated by the Dao laws in the Daluo heaven and become a part of the rules of heaven and earth. However, Tai Jingxian could also obtain endless benefits if they cultivated in the Daluo heaven for a short period of time. At the very least, it could increase their chances of confirming the Dao. The appearance of the Daluo heaven was undoubtedly a good thing for Feng Zichen. This could allow him to nurture more experts. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The Daluo heaven would not appear for no reason, and it would not fall into the hands of Feng Zichen for nothing. All of this had a price. After refining the origin of the Daluo heaven, Feng Zichen naturally learned his mission. Daluo Jingxian, the cultivation place of the Daluo Jingxian. In other words, the appearance of the Daluo heaven was to gather all the Daluo Jingxian in the primordial world here to facilitate management. The Daluo Jingxian here did not refer to the current Daluo Jingxian, but the ancient Daluo Jingxian, which included the quasi-saint realm. As the primordial world entered the postnatal era, the resources between heaven and earth became increasingly scarce. In the past, any famous mountain or river could support one or more Daluo Jingxian. But now, the world had changed. Other than the 36 grotto heavens, the 72 blessed lands, and some special regions, there were still traces of the previous era. The rest of the primordial world was transforming into the postnatal era, and was no longer enough to support the Daluo Jingxian. Only the postnatal qi born in the famous mountains and rivers could no longer satisfy the daily needs of the Daluo Jingxian for cultivation. In the long run, with the cultivation of the Daluo Jingxian, the postnatal qi in the primordial world would become increasingly scarce. Therefore, in order to prevent the primordial world from entering the Dharma-ending age due to the lack of postnatal qi, the world had changed. The heavens and earth spontaneously adjusted and evolved into the great overarching heaven as a cultivation ground for great overarching golden immortals. Heaven and earth meant that the current primordial world was not as good as it used to be, and could not accommodate too many Daluo Jingxian. So, if you want to continue cultivating, then go to the grand overarching heaven that I've specially created for you. Cultivating in the Daluo heaven was much easier than cultivating in the outside world. It could be seen how sincere heaven and earth was. However, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. Even with such great benefits, it would not be easy for the Daluo Jingxian to head to the Daluo heaven. However, the appearance of the Daluo heaven had already expressed the meaning of heaven and earth. They had to go even if they didn't want to. In short, the cultivators above the Daluo Jingxian, they could not continue to stay in the primordial world. Of course, things were not absolute. Entering the Daluo heaven was not the only way. There were 3 paths in front of the Daluo Jingxian. The first path, naturally, it was to head to the Daluo heaven. The second path, it was to head to the blessed grotto heavens. What was a blessed grotto heavens? It gathered the good fortune of heaven and earth. Even if heaven and earth were easier, it would be difficult to affect these places. They would still maintain the best cultivation environment. Not to mention supporting the Daluo Jingxian, even supporting the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian was not a problem. After the Daluo Jingxian went to the blessed grotto heavens, he did not have to worry about his daily cultivation needs anymore. However, all the blessed grotto heavens in the primordial world had owners. They were all in the hands of top-notch great divine abilities. Ordinary people could not enter without a way in. Just this point alone was enough to limit countless people. Apart from these 2 paths, There was a third path, which was to head to the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm was the top world in the primordial world, the place where the good fortune of heaven and earth gathered. Its level was countless times higher than the blessed grotto heavens, even the Saints' Dao Field, Kunlun Mountain, and other holy lands. Chapter 600. Especially. This time, the world was even easier. Not only did it not affect the Heaven Realm, but it also caused the content of the Khanate Chi in the Heaven Realm to continue to increase. Not only did it greatly increase his status, but it also made the Heaven Realm even more important in the primordial world. It had truly become the center of the primordial world, the place where the creation of heaven and earth and destiny awaited. The Khanate Chi lingered like clouds and enveloped the entire Heaven Realm. It was visible to the naked eye and boundless. It was indeed worthy of the name of the immortal realm. Such a cultivation environment was far from comparable to the primordial world before the laws of heaven and earth were changed. Its conditions were even better than the famous mountains and lakes of the ancient shaman era. It could completely satisfy the daily cultivation needs of the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world. There was even some excess. At present, the Daluo Heaven, the top blessed grotto heavens of the primordial world, and the Heaven Realm were the three best choices for the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world. The Daluo Heaven was the highest heaven and the closest place to the Tao. Cultivating there was greatly beneficial to cultivation, and it was easier for him to break through than in other places. The top blessed grotto heavens of the primordial world were the training grounds of the top great divine abilities. If he cultivated there, he could obtain the guidance of the great divine abilities. He could avoid many detours and save a lot of time on the path of cultivation. What about the Heaven Realm? Cultivating there did not have as many advantages as the previous two paths. However, the key was that the Heaven Realm was large enough. It was countless times larger than the major kiliacosm. The larger the space, the higher the degree of freedom. Moreover, the Heaven Realm was the center of the primordial world, the place where the destiny of heaven and earth gathered. There were endless fortunes and opportunities here. If he cultivated here, he might be able to soar into the sky when the opportunity came. These three paths each had their advantages and disadvantages, but overall, it was definitely better than staying in the primordial world. It was up to him to decide which one to choose. Of course, other than these three paths, the underground netherworld could also provide for the Daluo Jingxian. This time, the world was easier, and the netherworld was not affected. However, the netherworld was an extremely and cold place. It was a world of the dead and was enveloped by the Tao of death. It was very different from the environment of the primordial world. Not everyone could adapt to the environment here. Therefore, the netherworld was not suitable for the public. Sigh. The glorious era has finally come to an end. In the Daluo sky, Feng Zichen had an indescribable expression on his face. When Daluo Jingxian was no longer in the world, the untainted land would really change. The figure of the untainted land in the past would become a legend. The strength of the entire world would show an overall decline. This was the general trend of heaven and earth. It could not be changed or defied. It started with the appearance of Daluo Tian and ended with the disappearance of Daluo Jingxian. It marked the end of the glorious era. Although it was a little sad for the old fellows, it was undoubtedly a good thing for the primordial world and all living beings. Because, with Daluo Jingxian's seclusion, the safety of the untainted land would undoubtedly skyrocket. Daluo Jingxian's destructive power was too shocking. Every time they fought, their power would erupt. Even if it could not destroy the world, it could still destroy the vitality of an area. Since ancient times, the number of famous mountains and rivers that were destroyed and the number of Khanate living beings that had fallen because of the war between the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the untainted land could be said to be countless. Daluo Jingxian was the biggest unstable factor in the untainted land. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the heaven and earth evolved into the Daluo Heaven and moved all the Daluo Jingxian away in order to leave a relatively safe living environment for all living beings. Although the battle between Tai Jingxian could overturn rivers and seas, Compared to the battle between Daluo Jinxian, the difference was huge. It was like the difference between a mortal and an immortal. They could not be compared at all. Therefore, without Daluo Jinxian, although the untainted land was not completely out of danger, it was undoubtedly several times safer than before. After the heaven and earth changed, the heavenly Tao felt that it was difficult for all living beings to seek the Tao. Therefore, it created the Daluo heaven and thought that all living beings would have a chance to attain the Tao. Therefore, anyone who wants to become a primordial chaos cultivator can enter the Daluo heaven to cultivate. On this day, Feng Zichen's voice echoed throughout the untainted land. At the same time, the heavenly secret that the untainted land could no longer support the Daluo Jinxian was revealed in front of everyone. For a moment, the untainted land was in an uproar. This was forcing them to make a choice. The heavenly secret did not show what would happen if they insisted on staying in the untainted land. However, it was obvious that they would not end well if they continued to stay. At best, their cultivation level would not improve. At worst, they would enter the blacklist of the heaven and earth and be targeted by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it was time to make a choice. At this moment, the process of the heaven and earth changing was not obvious. The untainted land could still support the Daluo Jinxian. Therefore, most of the Daluo Jinxian did not act rashly. They still stayed on the ground and observed the situation, waiting for the appearance of variables. A small number of golden immortals of the great all-embracing heaven, who had connections, directly turned to the great medium and relied on their dojos. Those who did not have connections either entered the Daluo heaven or went to the heaven realm to live in seclusion after the initial hesitation. Of course, there were also those who were even more extreme. Some ruthless people saw that it was difficult to go against the will of the heavens, so they directly entered the chaos outside the heavens and went into hiding. As for the Khanate clans like the Dragon clan, they did not care at all. That was because their foundation was extremely deep. This time, the change of the heaven and earth would not affect them at all. The three Khanate clans controlled the four poles, the Magi had the mysterious Pangohal, and the Demon clan had the Demon transformation pool. There was no need to worry about the human race. The change of the heaven and earth referred to the change from the Khanate era to the postnatal era. For the human race, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. It could be said that, in such an era, it was a good time for the human race to show off their skills. Feng Zichen did not interfere with everyone's choice. In fact, he could not interfere. He could not force everyone to enter the Daluo heaven. With Feng Zichen's strength, if he did not care about anything, he could indeed do this. But in this way, he would definitely offend those people and form a huge karma with them. If he was not careful, not only would the prestige that he had accumulated previously disappear in an instant, but he might also become the enemy of the entire world and end up being besieged. At this moment, he was afraid of Feng Zichen's strength and chose not to make a move. But in the future, when he was strong, he would definitely settle the karma of today. Seeking the Tao. What he wanted was to have a clear mind. If his heart was not clear, his breath would not be smooth. Seeking the Tao my ass. Therefore, if Feng Zichen dared to force everyone, his ending would definitely be very miserable. With Feng Zichen's wisdom, of course, he would not do such a self-destructive thing. Therefore, he only announced this news. As for how everyone would choose, it would depend on their own hearts. It had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. However, because there was no external pressure, most of the Daluo Jinxian did not make any movements and chose to continue staying in the primordial world. Feng Zichen did not care about this. They did not leave now because the heaven and earth were still in the process of transformation. When the heaven and earth were completed, if they still wanted to continue cultivating, they would have to leave. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. At this moment, Fuxi had been in power for more than 1,000,000 years. It was almost the time for him to complete his destiny. With this in mind, Feng Zichen walked out of seclusion and personally escorted Sueren's reincarnation of the innate, indestructible true spirit. Open! In the depths of the Emperor Star, Feng Zichen used the power of the Pangu god to open up a reincarnation passage and sent Sueren's true spirit into it. Moreover, in order to ensure that Sueren could successfully inherit the throne and become the Earth Emperor. When he entered the reincarnation, Feng Zichen intercepted a portion of the sun's origin from the sun star and integrated it into Sueren's true spirit to improve his fate. A streak of Emperor Purple Qi, coupled with the origin of the sun star, was enough to raise Sueren's fate to the supreme level. He was completely qualified to take on the position of Earth Emperor. Not long after Sueren entered the reincarnation, a baby was born in a human tribe by the Jiangshui River. This baby could be said to be born holy. When he was born, a crimson dragon appeared first, and then the shadow of the great sun appeared. It was incomparably holy. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. They thought that it was born holy and would definitely do great things in the future. This baby was the reincarnation of Sueren. At this moment he also had a new name. He was named Shinnong by the tribe leader. Shinnong was indeed born holy. Since he cultivated the Tao of gods and demons, his progress could be said to be rapid. In just 60 years, he had already cultivated to become a celestial immortal. His progress could be said to be rapid. However, he was not happy. It was probably because the innate murderous aura that had been suppressed by Feng Zichen with Zhouxing had made a comeback in an even more powerful manner than before. It had the potential to invade the primordial world. The innate murderous aura filled the air, causing the primordial world's cultivation environment to become even worse. If one was not careful, one would be in danger of becoming a demon. Everyone became careful when they cultivated. However, even so, many people were still taken advantage of by the innate murderous aura. Their minds were eroded, and they became monsters that only knew how to kill. In addition to the innate murderous aura, the human race had another problem. At this time, the process of the world changing had already entered the middle stage. A large number of innate spiritual plants slowly withered and died because they could not adapt to the change in the environment. It was very cruel. But this was the truth. As the saying goes, natural selection, survival of the fittest. In the change of the era, plants and animals that could not adapt to the environment would be eliminated by the era. Unfortunately, the innate 5-grain that the human race relied on for survival was one of the plants that had not adapted to the change in the environment and gradually withered. The human race's population was too large. Without the innate 5-grain, who knew how many clansmen would die of hunger? Compared to the food crisis, the innate murderous aura disaster that affected the entire primordial world was nothing for the time being. Shinnong was worried about this. He had to be worried. Although Shinnong was young, he had already become the leader of the tribe. There were a large number of people under him who relied on him to eat. If he could not solve the food crisis, his tribe would not be far from collapse. You see, Penglai Immortal Island of the 3 Immortal Islands. Xianqing, who was in seclusion, pinched his fingers and calculated. He already knew the current situation of the human race. Therefore, after making some preparations, he set off for the Jiangshui River. Without a sound, Xianqing came to Shinnong's side. "Young man from the human race, what are you worried about?" Looking at the frowning Shinnong, Xianqing pretended not to know and asked, "Who is it?" A voice suddenly came from beside him. Shinnong's body immediately tensed up, and he looked at the source of the voice with a vigilant face. But immediately, the vigilance on his face disappeared without a trace. Because he recognized the identity of the person who came. Disciple Shinnong greets the immortal master. He bowed respectfully to Xianqing. Shinnong greeted him. In the past, Xianqing continued the inheritance of the human race, causing the human race to usher in a period of rapid development. In order to thank him, the human race respected him as the immortal master and worshipped him for generations. Therefore, all the disciples of the human race had to greet Xianqing as a teacher to show their respect. Similarly, it was convenient to worship Xianqing. Almost all the human tribes had portraits of Xianqing. As the leader of the tribe, Shinnong had naturally seen Xianqing's portrait. That was why he could recognize him at a glance. "Get up." You haven't answered the poor way's question yet. Reaching out to help Shenong up, Xianqing said. Reporting to the immortal master, this disciple is troubled by the matters of the human race. Then, Shenong told Xianqing about the innate five-grain plant's inability to adapt to the environment, which led to the food crisis of the human race. I see. Xianqing nodded. Then there was a moment of silence. Shenong, have you ever thought about why the innate five-grain plant can't adapt to the current environment? Xianqing was the first to break the silence and asked Shenong. This disciple has studied it. In today's era, the world is changing, and the innate qi is gradually transforming into the acquired qi. And the innate five-grain plant, as an innate spiritual plant, can't survive in the acquired environment. That's why it's slowly withering. So, the change of the world is the general trend. Although this disciple wants to reverse it, I'm not strong enough to reverse the situation. I can only watch the innate five-grain plant wither piece by piece, and there's nothing I can do. It really hurts my heart. After thinking for a while, Shenong replied helplessly. You're right. It's just that. Why can other innate spiritual plants adapt to the changes in the environment, but the innate five-grain plant can't? Shaking his head, Xianqing asked. He understood Shenong's thoughts, but he didn't agree. Since he knew that it was the general trend, his first reaction should be to go with the trend, not against it. The general trend was irreversible. People who went against the general trend never had a good ending. Since the innate five-grain plant couldn't adapt to the change of the world, then he should think of a way to make it adapt, instead of foolishly going against the general trend. This is because those innate spiritual plants are all transforming into the acquired. Therefore, they can continue to survive in the change of the world. Shenong had studied all of this. If that's the case, why don't you let the innate five-grain plant transform into an acquired object? In this way, won't the innate five-grain plant be able to survive? Xianqing said with a smile. Chapter 601. How can an acquired object be compared with an innate object? If the innate five-panicle degenerates into an acquired object, its effect will decline to an unknown extent. Almost subconsciously, Shino explained. But if the innate five-panicle doesn't change into an acquired five-panicle, the human tribe will have a very serious food crisis. And in this food crisis that affects the entire human tribe, I don't know how many people will starve to death. Shino, do you know the importance of this? Xianqing's indifferent voice slowly passed into Shino's ears, which made him fall silent on the spot. Compared with the future of the human tribe, innate and acquired objects were not important. Only surviving was the most important. You can only gain if you give up something. There is a lot of truth in giving up something and gaining something. Shino, you need to understand it well. Looking at Shino's hesitation, Xianqing said with a smile. Can I bear to? After silently comprehending for a while, Shino seemed to have understood something, so he respectfully stepped forward and asked Xianqing for advice. Please teach me, immortal master. As the leader of a tribe, Shino's wisdom was obviously far beyond that of ordinary people. It was impossible for him not to see that Xianqing appeared here deliberately to enlighten him. Otherwise, given the vastness of the untainted land, how could immortal master Xianqing appear here so coincidentally and have a friendly conversation with him, an insignificant person? Obviously, this was his opportunity. Good. You're worth teaching. Poor Wei has a volume of the Book of Souls, which was created by Poor Wei by observing the growth and changes of all things. It contains the law of growth of all things, as well as some of Poor Wei's insights and discoveries. Today, I will give him to you. Perhaps he can be of help to you and help you solve the crisis of the human race. Xianqing sighed with emotion, took out the Book of Souls, which he had prepared long ago, and handed it to Shino. Don't underestimate the Book of Souls. This book recorded the detailed information of most of the spiritual plants in the untainted land, which could be called an encyclopedia of plants. Xianqing had the identity of Spirit Emperor, otherwise, he couldn't have written this book. From this, one could see how precious this book was. As for those insights, they were experiments on hybridization in the future. Xianqing did not have the time to study it, nor did he intend to study it. He recorded it in a book and left it for the future generations to see if they had the opportunity to obtain this merit. If Shino wanted to, he could verify it himself and obtain a portion of merit. As for whether this would affect Shinong's Dao attainment, Feng Zichen chuckled. As early as the Antiquity Age, when the human tribe was just born, Feng Zichen had implemented the achievements of the 3 emperors in the human tribe. In other words, everything was in chaos. If the 3 sovereigns still followed their original path, then they would definitely not be able to obtain enough merit to attain the Dao. Feng Zichen had narrowed their paths. In order for the 3 sovereigns to gather enough merit, Feng Zichen had also put in a lot of effort. First, he let Fuxi reshape the civilization of the human race. After that, he helped him quell the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts to achieve his supreme reputation. Only then did he gather enough merit for Fuxi to become the emperor. Such a Fuxi had the merit of saving the world. He was even greater than the legendary him in the future. Thus, the accomplishments he obtained were even greater. Fuxi was not only the emperor of the human race, but also the emperor of all races. And this was also Feng Zichen's goal. He wanted the 3 sovereigns of the human race to become the master of all races and unify the primordial world. With his help, Fuxi had undoubtedly achieved this. Now it was Shino's turn. When Fuxi was in power, there was a riot of Khanate ferocious beasts. It was precisely because of the prestige of quelling the chaos of the Khanate ferocious beasts that Fuxi was able to become the master of all races and unify the primordial world. This was Fuxi's opportunity. And Shino's opportunity was not bad. Now, the Khanate murderous aura had made a comeback and threatened the entire primordial world. If someone came forward to quell it at this moment, his prestige would definitely reach its peak. With this merit, he could aspire to the position of the master of the world. Feng Zichen had already prepared a way to deal with the Khanate murderous aura, and Shino was the person to carry out the plan. With this merit and Fuxi's help, it could be said that the overall situation was set. However, that was all in the future. Now, the most important thing was to let Shino solve the food crisis of the human race first so that he could use this merit to become the next leader of the human race. As for the matter of becoming the master of all races, it was better to wait until Shino became the leader of the human race. After all, rice had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, and his steps could not be too big. Otherwise, it would be easy to pull. How could he help Shino become the leader of the human race? Feng Zichen had already made a detailed plan. Although Feng Zichen had already done all the teaching of agriculture and medicine, he still didn't know what to do. However, Feng Zichen's era was the Khanate era. At that time, it was the most glorious period of the primordial world. The earth was full of Khanate items, and there was no room for postnatal items to survive. Therefore, the agriculture and pharmacology that Feng Zichen taught were all centered around Khanate items. In the Khanate era, these were of course excellent. However, in the current era, they seemed a little outdated. In short, it was inappropriate. What Shino had to do now was to use the spiritual book as the foundation and transform all the Khanate agriculture and pharmacology into postnatal agriculture and pharmacology to adapt to the current era. This was a big project. The difficulty was naturally great. However, if it was done, the benefits would be extremely rich. At the very least, it could make Shino the successor of the human race's leader. Countless schemes flashed through Xianqing's mind. However, Shino knew nothing about this. He only took the spiritual book from Xianqing's hands with slight excitement and said gratefully, "Immortal Master, I will never forget your kindness." As he spoke, Shino carefully put away the spiritual book. "Shino, poor Wei has a numinous treasure here. I'll give it to you to help you." Xianqing took out a red whip and handed it to Shino as he spoke. This whip was called the Ochre Whip, and it was a middle-grade Khanate numinous treasure. However, although the Ochre Whip was a Khanate numinous treasure, it was not born from heaven and earth. Instead, It was refined by Feng Zichen with the broken branches of the World Tree as the main material and various Khanate numinous treasures. The World Tree's level was chaotic. Of course, its branches were the best material to refine Khanate numinous treasures. Back then, the demon ancestor Rahu self-destructed his body. Although everyone tried their best to protect each other, the World Tree was still affected and some of its branches were broken. Feng Zichen collected the broken branches and refined them into a middle-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, not wanting to waste anything. Because it was formed from the branches of the World Tree, the ochre whip was a numinous treasure of the wood element. It had a suppressive effect on all plants and could detoxify all poisons. This was an auxiliary Khanate numinous treasure. Thank you, Immortal Master. After accepting the ochre whip, Shino thanked him again. All right. You can go now. After handing all the things to Shino, Xianqing left directly. Next. Thus, Shino began his journey to attain the Tao. It took him 1,000 years. He divided the Khanate 5 grains. He turned them into 5 types of postnatal spirit plants and 5 grains. He solved the food crisis of the human race in one fell swoop. From then on, Shino's prestige in the human race soared. Almost all the tribes were promoting Shino's good name. However, Shino did not feel the slightest bit complacent because of this. He felt that what he had done was far from enough. Therefore, Shino did not stop his footsteps. He walked in the primordial world and used the spirit book as a comparison to re-identify the medicinal properties of the 10,000 herbs. During this period, Shino also encountered danger. However, the ochre whip was a precious treasure of the wood element. It contained a large amount of life origin. No matter how seriously injured Shino was, it could pull Shino back from the edge of death. Therefore, although Shino's experience was dangerous, it did not endanger his life. Just like that, Shino kept moving. Just like that, after spending 10,000 years, Shino traveled to all the territories of the human race. Finally, he sorted out the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs and compiled a Shinong's 100 Herbs scripture for his clansmen to identify the herbs. Once this book was completed, merit immediately descended from the heavens, causing Shino's realm to break through to the realm of the Daluo Jingxian in one fell swoop. It turned out that unknowingly, the heavenly Tao had already returned to the primordial world and taken over everything in the primordial world. On the other hand, Tao ancestor Hongjun and the saints had yet to return because they were wary of the chaos fiend god. With the return of the heavenly Tao, the speed at which the world changed became faster and faster. Gradually, the Daluo Jingxian of the primordial world. Finally, they could not stand the current environment of the world. They began to carry out a large-scale migration. One by one, the Daluo Jingxian flew out of the Taoist field. They either went to the Taoist field of the great magicians, flew into the Daluo sky, or entered the heaven realm. In short, the number of Daluo Jingxian on the primordial world became fewer and fewer. With the departure of the Daluo Jingxian, their Tao no longer interfered with the operation of the rules. Instead, the operation of the primordial world became more smooth. The entire primordial world became more and more lively. However, the Khanate races living on the ground did not think so. They felt very uncomfortable. Affected by the change of the world, although the descendants of their race still retained the identity of Khanate life forms, they inevitably showed signs of transforming into postnatal life forms. It could be said that each generation was worse than the previous one. It was estimated that it would not be long before their race would no longer give birth to Khanate-level descendants. Instead, they would give birth to postnatal-level descendants. Although the experts of the Khanate races had expected this situation, they still found it hard to accept when it really happened. However, so what if they found it hard to accept? The general trend would not change because of their dissatisfaction. On the contrary, the general trend would crush all existences that dared to obstruct it. Therefore, even if they were dissatisfied, the experts of the Khanate races had to endure it and think of ways to adapt. Of course, not all Khanate races would be affected by the change of the world. Some earth-shattering figures were too powerful. Their bloodline power was so powerful that they could even resist the rules of the world and even suppress them. Their descendants, because they inherited their bloodline, had all kinds of mysterious abilities. As a result, they could ignore the influence of the change of the world and still maintain their identity as Khanate lifeforms. The Magi were the best of such lifeforms. The Magi who had Pangu's bloodline, even if they had declined to the extreme, no one could take away their noble identity. It could be said that no matter how the world changed, it could not weaken the power of their bloodline. In addition, those Khanate races who had made great contributions to the primordial world would also receive some preferential treatment from the world. For example, the 3 Khanate races. Their descendants who stayed in the primordial world might be affected by the change of the world and their levels would drop a lot. However, they would not lose their identity as Khanate lifeforms and still have talent that far exceeded that of postnatal lifeforms. Such Khanate races would no longer be called Khanate lifeforms in the future. Instead, they would have a unified name, Divine Beasts. That's right. These Khanate races that had always retained their Khanate bloodlines gradually evolved into the Divine Beasts race as time passed. Although there were few of them, every one of them had great potential. In the primordial world, there were still a few who had connections. Most of them had no way to do so. As for these Daluo Jinxian who had no connections, after hesitating for a while, except for a small number of them who entered the heaven realm, most of them entered the Daluo sky. That was because there was hope for them to break through in the Daluo sky. It was not like there were no great beings in the Daluo sky. The great emperor of the Daluo sky was one of the few existences in the primordial world who could compete with saints. In addition, the Daluo sky was formed from a supreme Dao domain. Its level far surpassed that of a blessed grotto heaven. The combination of the two made the Daluo sky the first choice of the 3 paths. Moreover, there were so many fellow Taoists in the Daluo sky. It was very convenient to communicate. It was better than building a car behind closed doors. With this calculation, coming to the Daluo sky was a huge profit. As the Daluo Jinxian entered the Daluo sky, Feng Zichen's prestige once again reached its peak. Back then, when the Daluo sky had just appeared, Feng Zichen had invited a group of Daluo Jinxian. Although they did not come at that time. But at this moment, they came one after another. With one word, the world's Daluo Jinxian followed. That was the current Feng Zichen. Such an achievement could be said to have pushed his prestige to the limit. It could be said that, ever since Di Jun established the Heavenly Court, the power of the Heavenly Court had reached its peak in the hands of Feng Zichen. In the heavens and the earth, everyone submitted, although he was not the celestial emperor. As his reputation grew, Feng Zichen had a lot of things to do. Every day, people would come to him with trivial matters to deal with. He was so disturbed that he was not in the mood to go into seclusion to recover from his injuries. Moreover, the voice that called for him to establish himself as the celestial emperor had appeared again, and it was faintly becoming the mainstream. Chapter 602. This wouldn't do. When the Heavenly Tao wasn't around, Feng Zichen didn't intend to usurp the throne. Now that the Heavenly Tao was back, he couldn't do it. The Heavenly Tao wouldn't sit back and watch him take another step forward. Moreover, he had to go into seclusion to heal his injuries and reach the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. He had no time to fight for the position of Celestial Emperor. Therefore, Feng Zichen couldn't be the Celestial Emperor. At least, not for the time being. He had to think of a way to reject it. With a thought, Feng Zichen had an idea. Thus, he quietly left the Emperor's Star and went to the human Emperor's palace. What? Let Poor Wei enter the Celestial Court to temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor. In the human Emperor Palace, Fuxi looked at Great Emperor Ziwei in front of him with a look of disbelief. If he didn't hear wrongly just now, Great Emperor Ziwei meant to let him temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor during the absence of Celestial Emperor Haoyan to maintain the normal operation of the Celestial Court. That's right. Fellow Taoist Fuxi, you didn't hear wrongly. I want you to enter the Celestial Court as the Emperor. Nodding, Feng Zichen first confirmed that Fuxi didn't hear wrongly, and then explained the reason to him. In the past, in order to stop the demon ancestor Luo Ho from wreaking havoc in the primordial world, the 4 emperors of the celestial court joined forces with the 5-element sacred beasts to fight him. Although we successfully repelled him, we also paid a painful price. Fellow Taoist Hao Yin was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and fellow Taoist Gao Chen died because of this. Fellow Taoist Nanji and I were also seriously injured. The 4 of us were either dead or injured, but we were unable to control the celestial court. However, the celestial court can't be without a leader for a day. Therefore, after thinking about it, I feel that in the entire primordial world, only fellow Taoist Fuxi has the qualifications to temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor. Feng Zichen's meaning was very clear. The current situation of the 4 emperors of the Celestial Court was no longer able to maintain the operation of Celestial Emperor. Therefore, they needed to choose a suitable candidate from the primordial world to take over the position of Celestial Emperor, to maintain the normal operation of the Celestial Court during the cycle of Haotian. Without a doubt, the candidate that Feng Zichen's candidate was Fuxi. Of course, Fuxi was also the most suitable candidate even without considering Fuxi's identity as a human. Just his identity as the master of all races was enough to make him the most qualified existence to replace the Celestial Emperor in the untainted land. Thus, the Testit. Feng Zichen made it clear, but Fuxi still hesitated. This was because after Celestial Emperor Hao Tian was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, the most qualified person in the primordial world to become the Celestial Emperor was not Fuxi, but the cyclic astral lord, Great Emperor Ziwei. And, at this moment the prestige of Great Emperor Ziwei had reached the peak of the primitive world. No one could surpass him. All the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals respected him. It could be said that Great Emperor Ziwei's ascension to the position of Celestial Emperor had more or less met the expectations of the masses. Fuxi instinctively felt that it was inappropriate for Great Emperor to ask him to temporarily take over the position of Celestial Emperor. Subconsciously, he wanted to refuse. Great Emperor Ziwei had explained that he was unable to maintain the operation of the Celestial Court because he was seriously injured by demon ancestor Ra. However, Great Emperor Ziwei in front of him had boundless divine might. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. In addition to his previous series of big moves, Fuxi now seriously suspected that Great Emperor Ziwei wasn't injured at all. Or maybe he was injured, but it wasn't as serious as the rumors said. Everything that he had shown before was just an act. Thinking of this, Fuxi felt that Great Emperor Ziwei's suggestion was very likely a trap. Therefore, he felt that he shouldn't agree. "Your Majesty, you must be joking. With the Celestial Court in your hands, your power has already surpassed that of Dijun's. You have truly become the ruler of heaven and earth. It can be said to be an unprecedented feat. Compared to Fuxi, your Majesty is obviously more suitable to take over the position of Celestial Emperor." After pondering for a while, Fuxi declined. Feng Zichen was a little speechless. After hearing Fuxi's words, he roughly guessed Fuxi's misgivings. Although he didn't look like he was seriously injured, the truth was that he was indeed seriously injured. The reason why he looked like he was fine now was because he was relying on Pangu's godly power to support himself. Once Pangu's godly power was removed, he would instantly be beaten back to his original state. However, although he was misunderstood by Fuxi, Feng Zichen wasn't angry. Living in the primordial world, one couldn't be too careful. Especially when faced with such a good thing that fell from the sky, one had to be even more careful. Sigh. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. With a sigh, Feng Zichen released the suppression of Pangu's godly power. Immediately, his true condition was completely exposed in front of Fuxi. The cracked Taoist body, the innate origin that leaked out, and the mark of the demon ancestor that was imprinted on the great Tao all showed that Feng Zichen's situation was far from as optimistic as it seemed on the surface. Hiss! Seeing Feng Zichen's true condition, Fuxi was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. If he had suffered such serious injuries, He would have given up everything and found a place to cultivate in seclusion. How could he be like Feng Zichen, constantly causing trouble? While he was shocked, Fuxi was also somewhat impressed. After suffering such serious injuries, he could still wander around casually. He was really strong. Although what your majesty said makes sense, as the human emperor, I'm afraid I don't have the strength to go to the heavenly court. After thinking for a while, Fuxi still refused. To be honest, Fuxi was really tempted. However, thinking of the human race, he still chose to give up. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about the human race. The matter of ascending to the heavens involves all aspects. It's definitely not something that can be completed in a short period of time. Now, I'm only here to ask for your permission. There's still a long time before you ascend to the heavens. And during this period of time, it's enough for the next emperor of the human race to grow up. Moreover, after you become the celestial emperor, the human race will also receive a lot of benefits. With a smile, Feng Zichen said, the position of the celestial emperor was so important. How could it be decided so easily? After Fuxi agreed, Feng Zichen still had to communicate with the heavenly Tao. After obtaining his consent, he still had to coordinate with the various forces. In short, it was very troublesome. As for whether the heavenly Tao would agree, it would definitely agree. After all, if the heavenly Tao did not agree, he could not let the heavenly court remain in a masterless state. As for the various forces, they had no right to speak at all. Who was Fuxi? The elder brother of Saint Nuwa, the disciple of the Grand Pure One, who didn't want their lives and dared to disagree. After making an agreement with Fuxi, Feng Zichen returned to the Emperor Star. He now wanted to communicate with the heavenly Tao to decide on Fuxi's temporary replacement of the heavenly emperor. This was much simpler. Set up an altar in the Daoyuo sky, report this matter to the heavenly Tao, and wait for his agreement. It wouldn't take much time. After the heavenly Tao agreed, the next step was to communicate with the myriad races. This was even simpler. He could just send them a notice directly. There was no need to consult their opinions. Those who dared to object were people who could not see the situation clearly. They were going against the general trend. This kind of person should be destroyed by humanity. When the 5 grains and the Shenong 100 herb book spread among the human race, Shenong's prestige among the human race could be said to have reached its peak. Everyone was convinced, they all praised his holy virtue. In the end, even Fuxi was alarmed and hurriedly called Shenong to the ancestral land of the human race. After a conversation, Fuxi was very satisfied with Shenong. Not only did he leave him in the ancestral land of the human race, but he also entrusted him with an important task. It was as if he was grooming him as his successor. Regarding this, the elders of the human race did not have any objections. Shenong's contribution was too great. The spread of the 5 grains cultivation method allowed the human race to completely avoid the food crisis. The compilation of the Shenong 100 herb book allowed the human race to stay away from the harassment of diseases. All of these had an endless and far-reaching impact on the human race. Shenong becoming the next human emperor was indeed what everyone expected. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. And in these 10,000 years, the cultivation method of the 5 grains and the Shenong 100 herb book had already spread to every corner of the human race. It could be said that the entire human race was bathed in Shenong's kindness. Seeing this, Fuxi knew that the time had come. Therefore, he gathered the leaders of all parties and the leaders of all races to gather in the ancestral land of the human race. He wanted to pass on the position of the human race's patriarch to Shenong under their witness. The human race was naturally happy to see this happen. However, the myriad races did not think so. Fuxi had done them a great favor. Therefore, they submitted to Fuxi. But what about Shenong? What did he have? The myriad races had never received the slightest favor from him, so how could they be willing to submit to him? However, although the myriad races were dissatisfied, they did not show it in front of Fuxi. They still had a happy expression on their faces. However, in their hearts, they had already secretly decided that if the new human emperor did not have the ability, then they would have to make plans early and separate themselves from the human race. The protagonist of heaven and earth. If the human race could be it, so could they. In the human emperor's palace, Fuxi looked at the leaders of the myriad races silently with mixed feelings. What kind of realm was he at? He was comparable to a saint. In front of him, everyone could be said to have no secrets. Therefore, how could everyone's thoughts be hidden from him? But even so, Fuxi still did not say anything, nor did he give Shenong any help. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to suppress the myriad races. If he relied on others, he could only make the myriad races submit, not make them submit. This was a disaster. Once they found an opportunity in the future, they would definitely face a crazy backlash. Therefore, whether Shenong could become the master of the myriad races depended on his own ability. Even if outsiders could help him, there was a limit to what they could do. Shenong, I'll leave the human race to you from now on. In the human race's ancestral temple, after paying respects to Nuwa and Feng Zichen, Fuxi handed the human Dao Emperor seal, which represented the supreme power of the human race, to Shenong under the witness of the elders of the human race and the patriarchs of the myriad races. Shenong, I will not let your majesty down. I swear to lead the human race to glory. Shenong took the human Dao Emperor seal and swore solemnly. From now on, the human race is yours. The faint Dao voice echoed throughout the entire human race. The change of owner of the human Dao Emperor seal represented the completion of the transfer of power of the human race. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed. Countless strange phenomena appeared. Exenhua rose slowly, releasing endless light that competed with the sun. At this moment, Exenhua was unusually excited. He was even more excited than when Fuxi became the emperor back then, because Exenhua's predecessor was the flint fire that Swayerin ignited. Now that he sensed the aura of his old master, how could Exenhua not be excited? Rumble! Endless brilliant Exenhua descended from the sky above the river of destiny and slowly merged into Shenong's body, raising his strength to the level of quasi-saint great perfection on the spot. The blessing of fate. In the blink of an eye, Shinno transformed from a Tao master at the level of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal to a top great medium in the untainted land. Hiss! When the patriarchs of the myriad races saw this scene, they all gasped in their hearts. He silently put away the contempt in his heart and turned to look at Shinno with a fearful attitude. In the past, a quasi-saint great perfection expert would be a top figure, let alone in the current era where the world was more stable. In the myriad races, he would definitely be a top expert. While being wary, the patriarchs of the myriad races couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable greed in their hearts. The human race's fate was really strong. It could actually create a quasi-saint great perfection expert out of thin air. If they took away this fate, would they also be able to create such a powerful existence for their own race? Phew. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became a little heavy, and their eyes were filled with greed. Fortunately, they hadn't lost their minds. They knew that this was the human race's ancestral temple, and the 2 generations of human emperors were still here. Once they made a move, in a few breaths of time, they would be suppressed by Fuxi. Therefore, after a moment of loss of composure, the patriarchs of the myriad races quickly recovered and acted as if nothing had happened. However, the seed of greed had been planted. Under the nourishment of desire, it took root and sprouted in their hearts. Emperor! 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 The moment Shenong became the new human emperor, the entire human race naturally sensed it and bowed to their new emperor. Shenong became the emperor, and the phenomenon lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, Fuxi and Shenong also completed the handover. On this day, Fuxi suddenly felt that the time to leave had arrived. He said to Shenong and the old ministers, "Today, I have completed my merits. It is time for me to ascend to the heaven realm and enjoy the limitless Tao fruit. Therefore, it is time for me to leave." As he spoke, strands of 7-colored light bloomed from Fuxi's body, making him look incomparably sacred. At the same time, in the sky, there was an endless amount of merit converging. It slowly flowed into Fushi's body. The people present were all people with remarkable abilities. Seeing this, how could they not understand what had happened? Naturally, they wouldn't stop Fushi from leaving. Therefore, they all bowed and said, "We respectfully send off Your Majesty Fushi. Congratulations to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty's Dao be prosperous." Amidst the respectful farewells of everyone, Fushi rode a 7-colored auspicious cloud and slowly rose into the sky with endless merit. Chapter 603. Deep in the sky, in the place where clouds lingered, the Tao field of the former great divine ability, the Fire Cloud Cave, the #1 grotto heaven of the primordial world. Today, he finally welcomed his new master, Fushi. That's right, the Fire Cloud Cave was the Tao field that the heavenly Tao had prepared for the 3 human emperors. The 3 human emperors were of the secondary saint karmic rank. Their identities were comparable to saints. With such a noble identity, the place they lived in must be extraordinary enough. Otherwise, how could they set off their nobility? In this way, the Fire Cloud Cave, which was ranked first among the 36 grotto heavens, became the most suitable place. With the size of the primordial world, only the Kunlun Mountain and the undamaged Mount Meru in the ancient times were more extraordinary than the Fire Cloud Cave. From this, it could be seen that the Fire Cloud Cave was extraordinary. It was completely worthy of the identity of the 3 emperors. It had to be said that Red Cloud was really a failure. He had such a treasure land, but he could still end up like this. He could only say that he could not be a good person. Of course, the Tao field of a saint had its own extraordinary aspects. It could not be judged by common sense. It might not be inferior to the Fire Cloud Cave. In some aspects, it even surpassed it. Not long after Fushi entered the Fire Cloud Cave, the heavenly courts began to take action. The officials surrounded a gorgeous imperial chariot and rushed towards the Fire Cloud Cave. Under the orders of the Ziwei Emperor, we sincerely request Your Majesty to enter the heavenly courts and temporarily take over the authority of the heavenly emperor to manage the heavenly courts to maintain the operation of the primordial world. In front of the Fire Cloud Cave, the officials of the heavenly courts stopped and bowed. This show was, of course, arranged by Feng Zichen. Since he wanted Fushi to temporarily take over the position of the heavenly emperor, there had to be a reason. Otherwise, he could not let Fushi directly enter the heavenly courts, right? If he really did that, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? For this, Feng Zichen specially arranged this show to let the officials of the heavenly courts beg Fushi and give him enough face. No. This can't be done. Fushi's achievements are meager. How dare he steal the position of the heavenly emperor? After the officials finished speaking, Fushi hurriedly rejected. This scene did not exceed Feng Zichen's expectations. How could the matter of being the temporary heavenly emperor be agreed so easily? If Fushi directly agreed, wouldn't it show that he was too greedy for power? Therefore, they had to invite him again and again, and even 3 times, until Fushi could no longer endure the crowd's requests and reluctantly agreed. Seeing Fushi refuse, the officials had no choice but to leave. He returned to the celestial court to report to Great Emperor Ziwei. When Great Emperor Ziwei learned of this matter, his expression immediately darkened. He flew into a rage on the spot and scolded his ministers for their incompetence. After reprimanding his officials, Great Emperor Ziwei's anger was quelled. He ordered his officials to make another trip. But soon after, he withdrew the order, feeling that it was a little inappropriate. Thus, Great Emperor Ziwei gave it some thought. To be safe, he decided to personally invite Heavenly Emperor Fushi. Just like that, Great Emperor Ziwei led all the officials of the Celestial Court to the Fire Cloud Cave. As for the result, of course, Fushi still didn't agree. However, compared to the last time, Fushi's tone was clearly much more relaxed this time, and his rejection was not as resolute. After leaving the Heavenly Court, the officials were all disappointed and felt that there was no hope for this matter. However, there was no disappointment on Great Emperor Ziwei's face. Instead, there was a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was already confident. The officials were puzzled by this. And Great Emperor Ziwei would not explain anything to them. All of you return to the Celestial Court and wait for orders. I have something to do and will leave first. After giving an indifferent order, Great Emperor Ziwei turned around and left the Heaven Realm. Yes, Your Majesty. Although everyone was puzzled, they would not foolishly ask anything. After bowing, they returned to the Celestial Court and waited for orders. After Great Emperor Ziwei left, he went directly to the primordial world. He was going to invite someone. The position of Celestial Emperor was of great importance and involved the entire primordial world. If it was just Great Emperor Ziwei who came alone, Fuxi naturally would not agree. However, if it was a group of top-notch great mediums who came together to invite him, then Fuxi would not be able to resist everyone's persuasion and reluctantly agree to come out of the mountain. Time was like flowing water. Unknowingly, 1,000 years had passed. On this day, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly brought Zenyuanzi, Taoist Taiwen, Taoist Taishu, and the other great mediums to the Fire Cloud Cave to visit Heavenly Emperor Fuxi. These great mediums were the result of Great Emperor Ziwei's hard work over the past 1,000 years. An existence like Zenyuanzi's strength could be said to be second only to a saint. His comprehension of the Tao could be said to have reached an extremely profound realm. Therefore, it was impossible for them not to understand the will of heaven. Naturally, they knew that Fuxi's temporary replacement of the Celestial Emperor was an irresistible trend and could not be disobeyed. Therefore, when Great Emperor Ziwei went to contact them, they readily agreed after some thought. The trend could not be disobeyed. Not only was their opposition useless, but they would also offend a large group of people. Since that was the case, why not do them a favor at no cost? It was also good to get a favor. It was precisely because of the cooperation of these great mediums that Great Emperor Ziwei was able to invite so many great mediums in a short 1,000 years. This time, after a slight refusal, Fuxi reluctantly agreed to the temporary replacement of the Celestial Emperor. However, in order to show that he was not greedy for power, before ascending the throne, Fuxi made it clear to everyone that he would only be the Celestial Emperor for 1,000,000 years. After 1,000,000 years, regardless of whether Haotian returned from the tribulation or not, he would not continue to be the Celestial Emperor. If everyone did not agree to his request, Fuxi would reject the temporary replacement of the Celestial Emperor. At this moment, everyone was anxious to find someone to clean up the mess of the primordial world. They had already secretly agreed that no matter what request Fuxi made, as long as it was not excessive, they would all nod and agree. Now that Fuxi's request was reasonable, everyone would not refuse. After agreeing on the deadline, Fuxi made other requests and ascended the most noble throne of the primordial world under the escort of everyone. At this point, the primordial world welcomed a new celestial emperor. However, in order to avoid Haotian and to make a difference, Fuxi's title was no longer the Celestial Emperor, but the Azure Emperor. Fuxi, the Azure Emperor of the East. At the same time, in order to increase the legitimacy of Fuxi, after discussing with Goddess Hu, Great Emperor Ziwei added a guardian god, the ancestor of wood, Gomong. The world respected him as the god of the East, god of spring. This section, of course, there was another purpose. That was to use the power of all living beings to speed up the return of the ancestor of wood, Gomong. If not, why would Goddess Hu let her brother, the ancestor of wood, Gomong, become the guardian god of her enemy? In addition, letting Gomong become the guardian god of Fuxi could also deepen the relationship between the human race and the Magi race. From then on, the primordial world would be under the rule of Emperor Fuxi. Although the change of power in the heavenly court had a far-reaching impact, it did not have much of an impact on the races living in the primordial world, because the level involved was too high. They could not reach it at all. Therefore, the primordial world was the same as before. Not the same as before. A big problem was gradually appearing on the ground. It was not that the myriad races were against the human race, but the harm of the innate baleful aura was getting greater and greater. Under the threat of the innate baleful aura, the patriarchs of the myriad races were thinking of ways to dissipate the baleful aura every day. They had no time to deal with their relationship with the human race. The innate baleful aura targeted the entire primordial world. The myriad races were affected, and the human race was no exception. In fact, compared to the myriad races, the human race's situation was undoubtedly a little more serious. This was because although the overall strength of the human race was stronger than the myriad races, this was all based on the fact that the human race's base was large enough. The powerful base allowed the human race to create many experts. However, on the whole, most of the human race was inferior to the members of the myriad races. Now, the human race had tasted the bitter fruit of having too many people. The human race had a large number of low-level cultivators. When experts faced the innate baleful aura, they could often hold on for a period of time. However, low-level cultivators could not resist the corrosion of the innate baleful aura at all. Soon, they would lose their lives under the corrosion of the innate baleful aura. The weak, they did not even have the chance to degenerate into monsters. In the face of such a situation, Shino was completely helpless. He was so anxious that he was furious. The innate baleful aura was not a disease and could not be solved with spiritual herbs. This made Shino's methods completely useless. Seeing his clansmen die one after another, Shino was anxious. However, it was useless to be anxious. If he wanted to solve the innate baleful aura, other than using supreme magic power to forcefully remove it, only the legendary innate spirit root could solve it. Shino had supreme magic power, but there were too many people who were eroded by the innate baleful aura. He could not save them at all. As for the innate spirit root, it was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was extremely precious and was mostly collected by powerful figures. In the past, the human race had a middle-grade innate spirit root, the purple crystal grapevine. However, with the disappearance of the human Dao imperial court, it also disappeared. Moreover, even if Shino could find the innate spirit root now, it would be useless. It was still the same sentence. There were too many people affected by the innate baleful aura. Even with the innate spirit root, he could not save them. Just as Shino was anxious, someone suddenly came to report that Immortal Master Xianqing had arrived. Quickly invite Immortal Master over. No, I'll go and welcome him personally. Hearing this, Shino was overjoyed and quickly ordered his subordinates to invite Xianqing. However, he immediately realized that this was a little disrespectful to Xianqing. Thus, he hurriedly ran out of the human emperor's palace and personally went to welcome Xianqing. Your Majesty, it's been a long time. Seeing Shino walking quickly, Xianqing went forward and bowed. However, Shino, who was anxious, obviously did not care about these empty formalities. He strode to Xianqing's side and grabbed Xianqing's hands, asking anxiously, Immortal Master, what can you teach me? In Shino's heart, he had already treated Xianqing as a life-saving straw. He felt that Xianqing definitely had a way to solve the innate baleful aura. Otherwise, he would definitely not appear here at this time. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Seeing Shino so anxious, Xianqing shook his head and said. His voice was like some kind of Dao sound, which had the effect of calming people's hearts. Shino heard and quickly calmed down. It was Shino who lost his composure earlier. I hope Immortal Master can forgive me. After calming down, Shino immediately bowed to Xianqing. It's okay. Your Majesty is also worried about the human race. Poor way, I can understand. Xianqing smiled and said indifferently. By the way, I wonder why Immortal Master is here. As he spoke, Shino looked at Xianqing expectantly. And Xianqing did not disappoint Shino. I was entrusted by an old friend to deliver a treasure to your Majesty to solve the tribulation of the innate baleful aura. Xianqing took out an ancient scroll and handed it to Shino. This is? Shino was a little puzzled. It was just an ancient scroll. How could it solve the tribulation of the innate baleful aura that threatened the entire primordial world? However, after he took the ancient scroll with a puzzled expression, he was immediately shocked speechless. This aura. This Dao rune. It was definitely not wrong. This ancient scroll was definitely a Khanate cardinal treasure. But just as Shino was puzzled, Xianqing continued to speak. This is the Khanate cardinal treasure, the great map of the primordial world. It was specially borrowed from the Lady of Earth by Poor Wei's good friend, the Holy Emperor of the human race, Feng Zichen, to help you solve the innate baleful aura. The ancient scroll that Xianqing handed to Shino was the wizard race's most precious treasure, the prehistoric geomancy map. This Khanate cardinal treasure was refined by the 12 ancestral sorcerers. It could be said to be the most perfect geographical map of the prehistoric world. It recorded everything in the prehistoric world in detail. Moreover, it was also closely connected to the origin of the Earth. It would change with the changes in the Earth. Although the prehistoric geomancy map is strong, it shouldn't be able to do anything about the innate baleful aura, right? Shino was still a little puzzled. How could the prehistoric geomancy map solve the innate baleful aura? If this treasure could really deal with the innate baleful aura, it would have been used hundreds of thousands of years ago to solve the innate baleful aura that filled the prehistoric world. Why would it wait until today? Your Majesty, open it and take a look. Xianqing smiled mysteriously and did not explain. The prehistoric geomancy map could not solve the innate baleful aura, but to solve the innate baleful aura, it could not do without the help of the prehistoric geomancy map. According to Feng Zichen's idea, if he wanted to solve the innate baleful aura from the source, he had to sort out the earth veins of the prehistoric world again to force out the origin of the chaotic baleful aura hidden in the earth veins. However, how complicated was the distribution of the earth veins of the prehistoric world? Without the help of the earth vein map, how could it be easy to sort it out again? He was afraid that he would not be able to sort it out even when the entire prehistoric world had fallen. As for the prehistoric geomancy map, it recorded the distribution and flow of the prehistoric geomancy map. If he wanted to sort out the earth veins, he could not leave the prehistoric geomancy map. Boom! Shino opened the prehistoric geomancy map as he was told. Immediately, a vast aura spread out and slowly evolved into a projection of the prehistoric world in the air. At the same time, endless rays of light bloomed and turned into streams of information that surged into Shino's sea of consciousness. That was a wisp of spiritual will that Feng Zichen had left in the prehistoric geomancy map. It recorded the method to solve the innate baleful aura. Sorting out the earth veins? That's really a big deal. After coming back to his senses, Shino was still a little shocked. He could not help but admire Feng Zichen's work. How big was the prehistoric world? It was beyond imagination. Even after experiencing several great calamities, the prehistoric world was still vast and terrifying. Chapter 604. With the vastness of the primordial world, the earth veins could be said to be endless. Under such circumstances, how difficult would it be to reorganize the earth veins of the primordial world? Just how much manpower and material resources would be required to do so? In short, this was not something that could be done with the power of a single race. It required the power of the entire primordial world to do this. The person who came up with this method must have a big picture and the heart to look down on the world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to think of such a plan that required the power of the entire primordial world to be completed. What was a big deal? This was it. Reorganizing the earth veins of the entire primordial world was such a great plan. It was exciting enough to think about. If he could complete it, the benefits he would receive would definitely be unimaginable. This plan was led by the human race. It would definitely establish an unbreakable foundation for the human race. From then on, who would dare to resist the human race? The human race would become the well-deserved number one of the 10,000 races. Thinking of this, Shino's entire person became excited. This was a great opportunity that could allow the human race to truly dominate the primordial world. However, Shino's excitement did not last long. After a moment, he regained his calmness. The ideal was beautiful, but he had to consider the problems of reality. For example, The current human race was no longer the human race ruled by Fuxi. Although he still retained the title of the common ruler of the 10,000 races, his power had long fallen. Most of the 10,000 races no longer listened to the orders of the human race. In other words, Shino had the title of the common ruler of the 10,000 races, but he did not have any binding force on the 10,000 races. Other than the human race, there were not many races that recognized his orders. In short, Shino was in an awkward situation. He did not have the prestige and contributions of Fuxi, so the 10,000 races naturally would not submit to him. In fact, after Fuxi ascended to the heavens and left, the 10,000 races had the intention to rebel. It was only because the innate murderous aura was getting more and more serious that all the patriarchs of the 10,000 races were involved in it, so they did not have any extra time to deal with the human race. If he wanted to reorganize the earth veins of the primordial world, he had to rely on the power of the 10,000 races. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do it with the power of the human race alone. Now, with Shino's prestige, he could not command the 10,000 races at all. If he could not command the 10,000 races, then it would be impossible to make this matter happen. The reality was like this, and Shino was helpless. However, even though Shino felt helpless, he did not seek help from Enchanting and Fuxi. Since Enchanting gave the primitive geomancy map to him and not to Fuxi, it meant that this matter was to be handed over to him. Tidying up the primeval earth veins so as to quell the calamity of the innate evil aura was obviously left to him by the crowd on purpose to gain merits and prestige. Shino was not a fool, so he naturally understood this point. As the human emperor, he also had his own pride. Now, everyone had prepared the prerequisites to pacify the innate baleful aura for him. If he still couldn't complete this plan, then how could he continue to be the human emperor? Your Majesty, the things have been delivered. Poor Wei should take her leave now. Bowing to Shino, Enchanting proposed to leave. Naturally, Enchanting was clear about the situation that Shino was facing. But it was clear that he did not intend to help. They had done what they needed to do, and the rest depended on Shino's own ability. If they did everything, then what was the point of having Shino as the human emperor? Tidying up the primeval earth veins was Shino's opportunity to prove his ability to all living beings. To prove that he was qualified to be the master of all races. I'll send you off, immortal master. Enchanting wanted to leave, and Shino did not ask him to stay. He personally sent him out of the human emperor's palace. After Enchanting left, Shino immediately ordered to gather the elders of the human race for a meeting. This was discussed. It was about tidying up the earth veins. According to Shino's plan, tidying up the earth veins should start with the human race. After they tidied up all the earth veins in the human race's territory, the spirit veins that had been eroded by the innate evil aura would definitely return to normal and produce normal innate spirit energy. In this way, the danger of the human race would be resolved. When the patriarchs of the myriad races saw this scene, they would definitely be curious about how the human race solved the innate evil aura. Driven by curiosity and even under the threat of the innate evil aura, the patriarchs of the myriad races would definitely come to the human race to inquire about the situation to solve their own crisis. At this time, Shino could take the opportunity to say the solution and express his willingness to help them tidy up the earth veins to solve the problem of the innate evil aura. At this time, no matter what the patriarchs of the myriad races thought, they would not reject Shino's help. That was because without Shino's help, they would not be able to tidy up the earth veins at all. The distribution of the earth veins in the primeval world was extremely complicated. If one did not study it, it would be difficult to figure it out even if one spent billions of years. Moreover, the earth veins were extremely important. They were related to the fate of a place. If one went in the wrong direction when tidying up the earth veins, the consequences would be extremely serious. If it was light, the earth veins would be damaged, the chi of heaven and earth would dissipate, and fate would slowly flow away. If it was serious, the earth veins would shatter and detonate the spirit energy in the place to destroy all life. What was more, there would be negative karma, which would trigger heavenly punishment. Therefore, The earth veins could not be moved easily. If it was not done properly, it would cause the mountains and rivers to shift and the living beings to be plunged into misery and suffering. The key to safely tidying up the earth veins was the map of the primeval world. This map recorded the distribution of all the earth veins in the primeval world in detail. If one followed the map, there would definitely be no mistakes. Therefore, Shino, who had this map, was equivalent to grasping the key to tidying up the earth veins. Unless the patriarchs of the myriad races snatched it, they would not be able to escape Shino if they wanted to tidy up the earth veins again. Of course. This plan sounded simple. But in reality, there were many problems. The most important thing was to test a person's overall ability. To mediate. To pull one side and beat the other. Before tidying up the earth veins, the human Emperor Shino joined forces with all the human experts to set up a huge barrier that enveloped the entire human territory. This was to isolate the human race from the outside world. The purpose of this was to prevent the connate murderous aura from the outside world from flowing into the human territory after tidying up the earth veins. If the connate murderous aura from the outside world flowed into the human race, wouldn't their previous efforts be in vain? Fortunately, although the current human race was strong, they were far from their peak. The territory they occupied was limited and did not exceed the strength of Shino and the other human experts. Otherwise, if the human race was at its peak and occupied almost half of the primeval world, even if Shino and the other human experts tried their best, they would not be able to set up a barrier that enveloped the entire human race. Even Feng Zichen could not do it. Unless the 4 emperors joined forces or the 3 pure ones joined forces, they could not do it. After setting up the barrier, Shino joined forces with everyone. With the help of the map of the primeval world, they began to tidy up the earth veins again. This tidying up of the earth veins was not to purify them, but to change their flow and make them distribute according to the Pangu Meridian map. That's right. It was the Pangu Meridian map. Feng Zichen used the 365 Zhoshing Meridian maps in the boundless starry sky to evolve a Pangu Meridian map, thus summoning the god of Pangu. Since the boundless starry sky could evolve the Pangu Meridian map, the Pangu's flesh and blood in the primeval world could of course do the same. Moreover, the condensed meridian map of Pangu would be of higher quality than that of the Pangu Meridian map evolved by the boundless starry sky. However, it referred to the primeval world at its peak. The current primeval world had experienced 3 major tribulations: the primordial fierce beasts tribulation, the ancient 3 tribes tribulation, the ancient witches tribulation, and many other minor tribulations. It had long been broken and its strength was not as strong as before. The Pangu Meridian map condensed by this method was naturally not as powerful as before. However, even if the primeval world was broken, its foundation was still there. No matter how weak it was, it could not be that weak. At the very least, it was stronger than the boundless starry sky. The way Feng Zichen thought of to solve the problem of the innate baleful qi was to reorganize the earth veins and make them follow the distribution of the Pangu Meridian map to destroy the innate baleful qi that filled the primeval world. The innate baleful qi in the earth veins had long been closely connected with them. It was impossible to purify them with external forces. The only way to purify the earth veins was to strengthen the self-adjustment ability of the earth veins and let them rely on their own strength to destroy the innate baleful qi in their bodies and achieve the goal of self-healing. This was the safest and most effective plan that Feng Zichen thought of. No matter how strong the external force was, how could it be compared to self-healing? Feng Zichen's method was called bringing order to chaos. The earth veins that covered the primeval world were originally formed by the Pangu Meridians. However, due to the passage of time, the change of heaven and earth, and the lack of protection, coupled with the continuous world-shocking battles, it was thrown into chaos. As a result, it deviated from its original track and became chaotic. If the earth veins of the primeval world continued to move according to their original track, heaven and earth would become stronger and stronger. That was, if a cultivator kept cultivating, his strength would gradually increase. It would not be like now, when heaven and earth became weaker and weaker, to the point that even Daluo Jingxian could not support it. This was all the fault of all living beings. But in the future, it would not be like this. Feng Zichen wanted to use Shino to bring order to the earth veins of the primeval world and make them return to their original track, so as to carry the great cycle of heaven and gradually repair the primeval world. Moreover, after Shino finished sorting out the earth veins, Feng Zichen would leave some means to protect the earth veins of the primeval world so that they would not be affected by the battle and continue to deviate from their original track. He believed that after the earth veins were sorted out, the primeval world would be like the boundless starry sky in the future. It would be able to cultivate on its own and absorb the chaos energy from the chaos outside to repair itself. In the center of the human territory, under the urging of Shino and the others, the geomancy map of the primeval world vibrated and flew out of Shino's hand. It floated in the air and exploded with all its strength. Rumble! Endless power surged out from the geomancy map of the primeval world. It was majestic and vast, and in an instant, it enveloped the entire human territory. Then, a miraculous change happened. The entire human territory seemed to resonate with the geomancy map of the primeval world and began to tremble slightly. Then, strands of brilliant light surged out from the ground and converged on the ground, gradually forming bright golden lines on the ground. It was extremely eye-catching. And this was the earth veins. The dazzling golden lines imprinted on the ground were the earth veins hidden in the earth. Usually, they were hidden in the depths of the ground and were almost invisible. But now, under the power of the geomancy map of the primeval world, they emerged from the depths of the ground and appeared clearly in front of everyone. There were no traces of concealment. What a great power! Shino, who was in charge of the geomancy map of the primeval world, knew his power better than anyone else. Because of this, Shino was shocked. That was the power to control the origin of the earth. In other words, mastering the geomancy map of the primeval world was equivalent to mastering the power of the entire primeval world. That was simply too terrifying. With such power, it would not be an exaggeration to say that one was invincible on the earth. Back then, if the great Magi-Demon War had happened on the primeval world and not in the boundless starry sky, then there was no doubt that the Magi would have been the final victor. Unfortunately, the Magi were too arrogant. Not only did they give up their greatest advantage, but they also directly attacked the demon race's home ground, the boundless starry sky. Using their disadvantage to attack the enemy's advantage, the Magi ended up like this. To be honest, he really couldn't blame anyone else for this. Immersed in the power of the geomancy map of the primeval world, Shino's thoughts were scattered for a long time. It was not until the geomancy map of the primeval world in the human territory completely appeared that he came back to his senses. Then what happened next was very easy. With the help of the geomancy map of the primeval world, the earth veins were completely powerless in front of Shino and the others. They were like strange babies that could be toyed with at will. In this way, everyone did not have to worry about the earth veins being damaged because of the resistance of the earth veins when they were combing them. Without any worries, everyone could let go of their hands and feet. It was much faster to comb the earth veins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The geomancy map of the primeval world kept trembling and resonating with the earth. One could see that as the two resonated with each other, they each released endless light. These lights intersected in the air as if they were exchanging information. Gradually, between the geomancy map of the primeval world and the primeval world, the endless light suddenly gathered together and slowly formed an extremely blurry figure. However, although the figure was blurry, the meridians within his body were extremely clear. Moreover, they emitted a lustrous divine radiance that contained boundless profoundness. Rumble! The moment the blurry figure of the god appeared, an extremely majestic and vast power erupted with a loud bang, shaking the heavens and the earth, the past, the present, and the future, all space-time. In everyone's perception, they only felt that this power was incomparably majestic and ancient. It was even more majestic and ancient than the heavens and the earth. It was incomparably vast and ancient, as if it had surpassed everything. However, although this power was powerful, it did not make people feel fear. Instead, it gave people a warmth that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they had met the closest person to them. Almost uncontrollably, the human experts present directly knelt down. They could not help but worship the blurry but extremely majestic figure. Pangu, without a doubt. In the primeval world, the only person who could possess such power could only be the god who created the heavens and earth, Pangu. This blurry figure was none other than the projection of Pangu. The geomancy map of the primeval world constantly released its power and resonated with the earth, trying to awaken the aura of Pangu that was buried deep at the end of the earth. Finally, with the continuous efforts of the geomancy map of the primeval world, the aura of the witch race on his body gradually connected with the aura of Pangu that was buried deep at the end of the earth. The two merged with each other and produced a magical power that awakened the remnant mark left behind by Pangu in the earth and condensed the shadow of Pangu. The entire primeval world was formed by Pangu's flesh and blood. One could imagine that there must be a mark left behind by Pangu in the earth. And there were many of them. The reason why the shadow of Pangu condensed by the geomancy map of the primeval world was blurry was not that his power was not enough. It was because what resonated with the geomancy map of the primeval world was not the entire primeval world, but the human territory that only occupied a small part of the entire primeval world. Compared to the entire primeval world, the human territory was undoubtedly many times smaller. Therefore, the power of the shadow of Pangu condensed by this would undoubtedly weaken a lot. It was normal for it to be blurry. With the appearance of the shadow of Pangu, the earth veins in the human territory became more active. They even appeared from the ground and surrounded the shadow of Pangu as if they were on a pilgrimage. This situation did not end until the power of Pangu's shadow was completely restrained. After the earth veins could not sense the aura of Pangu, they returned to the earth one after another. However, the influence of Pangu's shadow on the earth veins did not disappear because of the restraint of the power. Under the influence of Pangu's shadow, the earth veins of the primeval world became even more cooperative. Everyone only needed to move slightly. The earth veins would act very cooperatively. Some of them could even take the initiative to cooperate with everyone. As time passed, the influence of Pangu's shadow on the earth veins became greater and greater. In the end, they didn't even need to do anything. The earth veins spontaneously resonated with the shadow of Pangu. According to the circulation of his meridians, they spontaneously adjusted and gradually reached an agreement with him. It was even more perfect than the adjustments that everyone had made themselves. The geomancy map of the primeval world condensed the shadow of Pangu and clearly reflected the meridians of Pangu. It was for Shino and the others to have a reference so that they could sort out the primeval earth veins faster and more accurately. However, no one had expected that the shadow of Pangu would have such a great impact on the earth veins. It directly caused the earth veins to adjust spontaneously, and almost no one had anything to do. Now, everyone only needed to keep a close eye on the operation of the earth veins so that they could check for flaws and make up for them. Just like that, everyone silently watched as the earth veins adjusted spontaneously under the influence of the shadow of Pangu. Although this action was unusually boring, but in fact, this was a great opportunity. The primeval earth veins were gradually moving closer to Pangu. The changes during this period were like Pangu personally showing everyone the mysteries of the earth, containing endless creation. If they could comprehend a little, their future would be promising. Chapter 605. Of course, such a strange change in the earth veins was not entirely due to Pangu's shadow, but the ability of the prehistoric geomancy map. In the past, when the wizard race still existed. In the prehistoric world, not to mention Pangu's shadow, even Pangu's real body had appeared. But even so, such a situation had never happened to the earth veins of the prehistoric world. From this, it could be seen that Pangu's shadow might have some influence on the earth veins of the prehistoric world, but it was definitely not as great as imagined. However, the prehistoric geomancy map was different. It was a Khanate treasure that belonged to the prehistoric world and was closely connected to the origin of the Earth. It recorded all the changes in the prehistoric world in detail. The changes in the Earth veins were also included. To the Earth veins of the prehistoric world, the prehistoric geomancy map was of the same origin as them, which would undoubtedly make them feel unusually close. In this way, they would naturally not refuse the guidance of the prehistoric geomancy map. On the contrary, they would take the initiative to cooperate. With the active cooperation of the Earth veins, it did not take long for Shino and the others to comb through the Earth veins of the entire human territory from beginning to end, making them completely distributed according to Panga's meridians. At this moment, if someone looked in the direction of the human territory from the sky, they would find that bright golden lines had suddenly appeared on the ground and were spreading in all directions according to an extremely mysterious layout. It's done! Prehistoric geomancy map, keep. After carefully comparing it, Shino did not find any mistakes. Only then did he put away the prehistoric geomancy map and remove his suppression of the Earth veins of the prehistoric world. Rumble. After Shino put away the prehistoric geomancy map, the Earth veins of the prehistoric world that were no longer suppressed began to shake and began to release their own power. Boom, boom, boom. Wisps of heaven and earth spiritual energy mixed with some Khanate murderous aura rose from the Earth veins and spread in all directions. Shino and the others watched this scene quietly. Even if the Khanate murderous aura was coming, their faces did not change at all. After combing through the Earth veins, the heaven and earth spiritual energy produced still contained some murderous aura. According to this, Feng Zichen's plan had failed. Combing the Earth veins did not have any effect. Shino and the others had wasted their efforts. But that was not the case. That was because sorting out the Earth veins was only the beginning. Shino hadn't used the method to truly control the Earth veins and pacify the Khanate killing intent yet. After a long time, when the world was once again filled with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Shino finally moved. He suddenly activated the prehistoric geomancy map with all his might. Prehistoric geomancy map, rise. Boundless energy gushed out, connecting with the Earth veins of the untainted land. Then, a miraculous change occurred. As of this moment, all of the Earth veins were completely motionless. The heaven and earth spirit chi they released was also frozen in midair. It was as if the time that belonged to the Earth veins had been frozen by the desolate geomancy map at this moment. Rise. When the untainted land geomancy map and the Earth vein were completely connected, Shino exerted himself to shake the untainted land geomancy map, guiding the power of the Earth vein to flow on the ground. Rumble. It was like a hurricane, but also like an earthquake. Under the guidance of the geomancy map of the desolate land, the power of the Earth meridians started to flow in the human territory with tremendous power, stirring up dust clouds. This was training. The trend of the Earth meridians was equivalent to the meridians of cultivators. That was the power of the Earth meridians. Was equivalent to the spiritual energy absorbed by cultivators. Without the guidance of outsiders, cultivators would not cultivate, let alone move the heavenly cycle, let alone the primordial Earth meridians that had no spiritual intelligence. Therefore, Shino used the power of the geomancy map of the desolate land to help the Earth meridians move the spiritual energy and circulate the great heavenly cycle to help it cultivation. Rumble. It took several years, and Shino tried his best to move the Earth meridians one great heavenly cycle. However, after one great heavenly cycle, the Earth meridians still did not react. The innate baleful aura was still there. There was no change at all. However, Shino did not react to this. He still tirelessly activated the geomancy map of the desolate land to help the Earth meridians move the great heavenly cycle. The beginning was often the most difficult. And with the beginning, the rest was much simpler. Soon, another heavenly cycle passed. Then, not long after, another heavenly cycle was completed. Under the guidance of the geomancy map of the desolate land, the power of the Earth meridians circulated one great heavenly cycle after another. Gradually, the power of the Earth meridians slowly became familiar with this circulation pattern and began to adapt spontaneously. After 36 great heavenly cycles, without the guidance of the geomancy map of the desolate land, the power of the earth meridians could automatically move the great heavenly cycle. So, Shino put away the geomancy map of the desolate land. However, what was worrying was that even after 36 great heavenly cycles, there was still no change in the primordial earth meridians. They were still in a state of being eroded by the innate baleful aura. At this time, although Shino did not care, the human experts under him could not help but feel a little anxious. However, seeing that Shino was still calm, everyone could not say anything for a moment. Finally, after 72 great heavenly cycles, the situation of the primordial earth meridians still did not improve. Everyone finally could not help but ask Shino in a low voice, "Your Majesty, is this a failure?" It was no wonder that they thought so. It had been so long. If it had any effect, it would have been shown long ago. It would not have been so long before there was no reaction. From this, it could be seen. The method of combing the primordial earth meridians was basically a failure. Failure? The method of combing the earth meridians was passed down by the Holy Emperor. After hearing this, do you still think that this method will fail? Faced with everyone's worries, Shino just shook his head and calmly said who came up with this plan. Sure enough, after hearing that the method of combing the earth meridians was passed down by the Holy Emperor Zichin clan, the human experts all shut their mouths. At the same time, in their hearts, a lot of confidence emerged in the method of combing the earth meridians. The contemporary human race, under the influence of the ancient legends, had a fascinated confidence in the ancient human Emperor Zichin clan, thinking that they were omnipotent. This was the so-called blind worship. It was precisely because of this that when they heard that the method of combing the earth meridians was passed down by Feng Zichin, they immediately stopped doubting the feasibility of this method and thought that it would definitely succeed. Thus, under everyone's expectant eyes, when the power of the earth meridians was transported to the 108th cycle, the earth meridians finally changed. Although the innate murderous aura that filled the surroundings did not decrease, the amount of innate murderous aura contained in the heaven and earth spirit chi that surged out from the earth meridians was decreasing. Indeed, this change was so small that it was almost undetectable. However, what kind of people were they? Even the weakest existence had the strength comparable to Daluo Jingxian with the support of the human race's destiny. Therefore, no matter how the wind blew or the grass moved, it could not escape their perception. Even if this change was extremely small, it was still the same. It's changed, it's really changed. His Majesty the Holy Emperor is indeed the existence who once wrestled with the Heavenly Emperor. His methods are far beyond our imagination. Even the innate murderous aura that threatens the entire primordial world is not difficult for him. He easily resolved it. After sensing the change in the earth meridians, everyone was overjoyed and then praised Feng Zichin crazily. While they were praising Feng Zichin, wisps of extremely pure willpower were produced from their bodies and surged to the Heavenly Emperor's palace in the distant Gauchan planet. In the palace, a scroll covered in endless divine light floated in the center of the main hall, receiving the willpower of all beings that surged in from all directions. From time to time, one could see a figure filled with divine might flashing across the ancient scroll. It was abnormally oppressive. If someone from the heavenly court was here, they would recognize the figures of the gods that appeared on the ancient scroll. They were the gods of heaven and earth that maintained the normal operations of the heavenly court. The myriad god portrait. This was the treasure of fortune of the incense divine path, the supreme grade innate spirit treasure, the myriad god portrait. Similarly, it was the proof that Emperor Gauchan commanded the myriad gods. Compared to before, the current myriad god diagram was undoubtedly much stronger. Although the myriad god portrait was the treasure of fortune of the incense divine path, the primordial world was in the primordial era and there was almost no space for the incense divine path to survive. As a result, the myriad god portrait was a rootless duckweed. Although it had unparalleled potential, It could not be fully unleashed. But now, as the primordial era became a thing of the past and the heavenly court officially operated, the incense divine path gradually showed signs of prosperity. The power of the myriad god portrait also increased tremendously, especially as the 5 primordial races submitted to the heavenly court and sent their people to become gods. The power of the myriad god portrait skyrocketed and showed signs of surpassing that of an innate spirit treasure. As the treasure of fortune of the incense divine path, the myriad god portrait would become stronger as the incense divine path flourished. It might even reach the level of an innate spirit treasure. However, the current incense divine path was far from its peak. Naturally, it would not allow the power of the myriad god portrait to reach the level of an innate spirit treasure. This all required time and opportunity. Before Emperor Gaochen passed away, he left the myriad god portrait that was severely injured by demon ancestor Rahu in the heavenly emperor's palace to gather the willpower of all beings to recover himself. At the same time, he was secretly accumulating the power needed to revive Emperor Gaochen. As the ancestor of the incense divine path, how could Emperor Gaochen die so easily? His revival method, it was much more convenient than others. Other than the normal revival method of accumulating power, Emperor Gaochen could also return from the willpower of all beings. In the Eldritch land, there were many existences that could utilize the willpower of all beings. However, no one could utilize the willpower of all beings to the limit like Emperor Gaochen. Not only could he revive from the willpower of all beings, but he could also turn the willpower of all beings into his own power. In other words, as long as there was enough willpower of all beings, Emperor Gaochen could refine the willpower of all beings after he returned and reached the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, the willpower of all beings was very important to Emperor Gaochen. What the myriad god portrait was doing now was to accumulate enough willpower of all beings for Emperor Gaochen. In the deepest part of the myriad god portrait, the willpower of all beings that he had guided gathered there and formed a huge colorful pool. In the middle of the pool, there was a huge light cocoon that was crazily devouring the willpower of all beings around it. One could see that the light cocoon was surrounded by countless mysterious runes and it was emitting the aura of great Tao. It was indescribably sacred and noble. That was the Khanate Taoist embryo. The Khanate Taoist embryo that was formed from the willpower of all beings. Emperor Gaochen's indestructible divine soul was being nurtured within it. Under the nourishment of the willpower of all beings, it was undergoing a huge transformation towards the immortal primordial chaos. Once the light cocoon was broken, Emperor Gaochen's divine soul would reach the primordial chaos realm. This was called the divine soul achieving Tao. Why was the divine soul achieving Tao and not the true spirit achieving Tao? One had to admit that Emperor Gaochen did not have a true spirit. Although Feng Zichen had many incarnations, he only had one innate indestructible true spirit. Therefore, other than his original body, all of his incarnations did not have a true spirit. They only had the primordial spirit and divine soul. Those who cultivated the immortal path and demon path had the primordial spirit. Those who cultivated the celestial path and demon path had the divine soul. The primordial spirit was the true spirit embryo shell that immortal Tao cultivators cultivated to protect their true spirit. The divine soul was the true spirit embryo shell that celestial demon cultivators cultivated to protect their true spirit. In the past, although celestial demon cultivators were strong, their biggest weakness was that they specialized in cultivating their true spirit. For this reason, after Feng Zichen's cultivation improved greatly, he studied many cultivation methods and finally made up for this weakness of the celestial demon Tao. That was to manifest the power of the true spirit and fuse it with one's own blood qi to evolve the divine soul. Could be said that the divine soul was an extension of the true spirit. It was similar to the primordial spirit, but there were slight differences. However, although the appearance of the divine soul made up for the celestial demon cultivator's weakness of not having a primordial spirit, it also greatly increased the difficulty of cultivating the celestial demon Tao. In other words, the celestial demon Tao was about to evolve into a cultivation path that was exclusive to geniuses. It would become a minority from the masses. This would undoubtedly cause the celestial demon Tao to weaken in the future. This was an unsolvable problem. The stronger one was, the more one would be restricted. The more one pursued perfection, the further one would be from the general public. The prosperity of the immortal Tao and the demonic Tao was not because they were good enough, but because they could adapt to almost everyone in the primordial world. Feng Zichen had long expected the decline of the celestial demon Tao. At the same time, he also had a solution. However, that was something that would happen after the world stabilized. Let's not talk about it for now. The changes in the Gaochen Imperial Palace had nothing to do with Shino and the others who were combing the earth veins in the human territory. Similarly, they could not sense it. For them at this moment. Most importantly, they were still observing the changes in the earth veins of the primordial world. Rumble. The power of the earth veins circulated tirelessly, constantly moving the great heavenly cycle. As the power of the earth veins flowed, the earth veins suddenly emitted a sparkling light. A powerful force was released from their bodies, and it actually began to suppress the innate baleful aura that was eroding them. Under the observation of Shino and the others, the innate baleful aura that had almost dyed the earth veins black actually began to shrink under the suppression of the power that suddenly erupted from the earth veins. From the previous situation where it had infected more than half of the earth veins, it shrank into a small ball of black gas step by step. It hid in a small corner and resisted the suppression of the earth veins with difficulty. At this point, the power of the earth veins could no longer suppress the innate baleful aura. That was because the innate baleful aura had been compressed to the limit. At this moment, the power of the earth veins also changed its strategy. It no longer continued to suppress the innate baleful aura. Instead, it mobilized all its power and turned to refine the innate baleful aura. It was just like how the boundless starry sky refined the chaotic baleful aura and turned it into its own means to fight against the enemy. The action of the earth veins had the same effect. It wanted to prepare some killing means for itself to protect itself. The earth veins were too fragile. Every time a great war broke out in the primordial world, countless earth veins would be destroyed in the flames of war. This would undoubtedly cause great damage to the primordial world. The earth veins had a way to protect themselves. After it refined the innate baleful aura, if someone affected the earth veins during a great war, the person who fought would be attacked by the innate baleful aura. After a few times, if someone fought in the primordial world again, they would have concerns and would not dare to destroy everything around them. If they did not let the people who destroyed the earth veins suffer some losses, they would not remember the lesson. In short, let the earth veins refine the innate baleful aura. It was undoubtedly a good thing for the primordial world. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed since Shinong and the others finished combing the earth veins. After 1,000 years, the innate baleful aura that was tightly connected to the earth veins was finally completely refined by the power of the earth veins. It was also from this time onwards that all the earth veins in the human territory, the heaven and earth spiritual chi produced by them returned to normal, no longer carrying the slightest innate baleful aura. In fact, because of the formation of Panga's meridian's great circulation, the spiritual chi produced by the earth veins was even purer than before. At the original location of the blessed enclave, innate chi reappeared. From this, it could be seen that the changes brought about by the recombing of the earth veins were so great that it could be said to have reversed the general trend of the world changing. Of course, there were still a few places that produced innate chi. They were all famous mountains and great rivers before the world had changed. They had an extraordinary foundation to begin with, which was why they were able to give birth to innate chi after this change. Other than them, there were more ordinary places. There was no sign of reversing the innate chi. However, the concentration of the acquired chi was much denser than before. These were all changes brought about by the combing of the earth veins. In short, it was one sentence. The weak were strengthened, and the strong became stronger. Good. This method is wonderful. According to this trend, it won't be long before the human territory becomes a first-class treasure land in the primordial world. In the future, I don't know how many experts will be raised for the human race. The changes in the human territory naturally could not be hidden from everyone's perception. Therefore, they were very excited. Moreover, their excitement was double. They were excited for the future of the human race, and they were also excited for the benefits they had obtained. One had to know that most of the blessed lands that produced innate chi were their dojos. Chapter 606. Since ancient times, grotto heavens and blessed lands were occupied by virtuous people. And what was a virtuous person? In the end, it was still a powerful cultivator. Only those with superb cultivation could occupy a grotto heavens and blessed land and become the virtuous person. This was the case for the human race. It was the same for the primordial world. No one would say anything. This was the privilege of the strong. After the world changed, the human experts were still worried that the famous mountains and great rivers would become weaker and weaker as the world changed. How should they cultivate in the future? Should they leave the human race and head to the heavenly court or stay in the Daluo heaven? But after the earth veins were sorted out, everything was fine. Everything was resolved. The famous mountains and rivers were reborn with innate chi, and there was a trend of returning to the state of the ancient times. In that case, there was no need to go to the heaven realm or the Daluo heaven. They could just stay in the human race. This was for the human race. It was undoubtedly a great thing. Think about it. With the completion of the world's change, the experts of the 10,000 races had no choice but to leave the primordial world and head to the heaven realm or the Daluo heaven. What about the experts of the human race? Because of the great circulation of the earth veins, the famous mountains and rivers had been revived, allowing them to continue staying in the human race. To the myriad races, this was undoubtedly an extremely huge deterrent. The other races did not have experts to stay behind, but the human race had a large group of experts to stay behind. This was their confidence. When that time came, who would dare to provoke the human race? Even if the experts who went to the heaven realm could return, it would still take time to cross the realm. And during this period of time, many things could happen. If there was a day in the future when the connection between the heaven realm and the primordial world could be completely isolated, then the human race with a large number of experts would be able to truly dominate the primordial world. They would become the only overlord in the primordial world. The elders of the human race who were immersed in excitement did not realize this at all. However, Shino, who was at the side, suddenly thought of this possibility after a short moment of excitement. Thinking of this, after thinking for a while, Shino immediately gathered all his mental power and used the Khanate 8 trigrams with all his strength to silently deduce. He was deducing the future to verify the possibility of this idea. Endless Dao patterns flashed through Shino's eyes, interweaving scenes that belonged to the future for him. After a long time, as the power of Shino's mind gradually dried up, he finally ended this deduction. The result was, of course, delightful. Among the many futures that Shino had deduced, almost all of them had proven the feasibility of this method in the end. Heaven and earth isolation. Once the plan was completed, the human race would definitely dominate the untainted land. At this moment, Shino was abnormally excited, because he saw the scenery of the human race standing at the top of the primordial world. The current Shino, he wished he could immediately use his great divine ability to sever the connection between heaven and earth, completely isolating the heaven realm from the untainted land. However, soon Shino calmed down. Heaven and earth isolation. This idea was indeed very good. Unfortunately, after Shino calmed down, he had already figured it out. This method was probably impossible to achieve during the period when he was in charge of the human race. It was probably because the current situation of heaven and earth was easier. He had barely reached the middle stage and was far from reaching the end. In other words, although the current primordial world was changing to the postnatal era, there were still traces of the prenatal era that had not completely disappeared. There were still some traces left in some places. It was because of these remaining traces that some of the Daluo Jinxian were able to continue staying in the primordial world. And most of these Daluo Jinxian were experts of the myriad races and the human race. After all, the Daluo Jinxian, who did not have any power, had nothing to miss in the primordial world. Of course, they left early. Only those Daluo Jinxian, who had fetters in their hearts and could not let go of their own race, were unwilling to leave the primordial world. They would do everything they could to stay. These Daluo Jinxian were naturally the experts of the human race and the experts of the myriad races. At this moment, the experts of the myriad races had yet to leave the primordial world. If Shino used his great divine ability at this moment, he would sever the connection between heaven and earth and completely cut off the connection between the heaven realm and the primordial world. Not to mention, after the absolute heavenly connection, what would the people of the heaven realm think? Even the experts of the myriad races would fight to the death with the human race when they saw this scene. Moreover, even if the experts of the myriad races did not fight to the death with the human race, they would still stay in the primordial world. This was undoubtedly a huge threat to the human race. Therefore, the best time to use the absolute heavenly connection should be after the experts of the myriad races completely left the primordial world. It was precisely because of this that Shino felt that it would be difficult to achieve the absolute heavenly connection during the period when he was in charge of the human race. The world had not been completely changed. It had completely entered the postnatal era from the Khanate era. How could the experts of the myriad races be willing to leave the primordial world? Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to use the absolute heavenly connection now. This method could only be left to the future generations. The absolute heavenly connection. This matter concerns whether the human race can dominate the primordial world in the future. It should be of the utmost importance. I need to remember it in my heart and tell my descendants. After understanding that he could not achieve the absolute heavenly connection, Shino remembered this matter in his heart. He planned to tell his successor in the future and let him complete this plan. If his successor could not complete this plan, then this method would continue to be passed down. There were endless experts of the human race. There would always be capable people who could complete this great plan. After burying this matter in the bottom of his heart, Shino pretended as if nothing had happened. He accompanied the excited elders of the human race and silently observed the changes of the human race. Now, as the earth veins were sorted out, the power of the innate evil spirit of the human race had been removed. Next, it was up to the leaders of the myriad races to choose after receiving the news. What Shino and the others did not know was that after the earth veins were sorted out, besides them, there was another person who was silently paying attention to the changes of the human race. And that person was Feng Zichen, who was far away in the boundless starry sky. As early as when Shino activated the geomancy map of the primordial world, he had been silently paying attention to everyone's actions on the Z-Way star so that he could understand the changes in the human territory after the earth veins were sorted out. For Feng Zichen, although the method of sorting out the earth veins was thought of by him, and he had great confidence that this method was feasible, but out of caution he still had to verify it, to ensure that the method of sorting out the earth veins was 100% feasible. After all, only by doing it could one obtain true knowledge. And the human territory was his testing ground. If he succeeded, the human race would receive great benefits. If he failed, the human race did not lose much. Under the erosion of the innate evil spirit, the human race's situation had long been critical. No matter how bad it was, it could not be that bad. If he took a risk, there was still a chance of survival. If he did not move, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, Feng Zichen dared to boldly experiment in the human territory. Simply put, his plan was feasible. After the earth veins were sorted out and the meridians were opened, the situation of the human race not only improved, but also continued to improve. Everything was developing in a good direction. But this was not the end. Earlier, Feng Zichen had said that he wanted to add an insurance for the earth veins to prevent them from being destroyed. The so-called refining of the innate evil spirit was prepared for this. But this was not enough. Yes, to ensure the safety of the earth veins, the innate evil spirit was not enough. He also needed other methods. The more methods he left behind for the earth veins, the greater the price the person who destroyed the earth veins would have to pay. Only when he hit hard and hurt would the world remember the lesson and know that the earth veins could not be touched. Buzz buzz buzz. As Feng Zichen, who was on the Z-Way star, moved his mind, the primordial geomancy map far away in the human territory immediately sensed it and began to tremble violently. Then, a little bit of light surged out from the primordial geomancy map and condensed into a mysterious Tao diagram in the air, imprinting on the body of Pangu's shadow. For a moment, many light spots suddenly appeared in the body of Pangu's shadow. Counting carefully, there were as many as 365 light spots. And looking at their distribution, it was even more mysterious. They were all located on the meridian nodes of Pangu's shadow, corresponding to the spiritual cave and treasure land. Or rather, the divine aperture of human beings. This was like a map of acupuncture points. This is the supreme scripture of the God-Fiend path, the Pangu's acupoint map. Everyone looked at the changes of Pangu's shadow, but the more they looked, the more familiar it looked. They always felt that they had seen the mysterious Tao diagram formed by the light spots somewhere before. Especially as the mysterious Tao diagram gradually perfected, the sense of déjà vu in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Finally, the moment the mysterious Tao diagram was completely formed, they recognized the origin of the Tao diagram. Wasn't this the supreme divine diagram used to condense the divine aperture, the Pangu's acupoint map, when one first cultivated the God-Fiend path? That was the highest achievement of the God-Fiend path. 365 divine apertures were lit up in the body and connected to each other to reverse engineer Pangu's Tao body. Almost every human, when they first started cultivating the God-Fiend path, they all had the heart to condense 365 divine apertures. It was a pity that most humans failed. It was too difficult. It was really too difficult to condense 365 divine apertures. Throughout the history of the human race, there were only a few dozen people who were able to perfectly condense 365 divine apertures and connect them perfectly. And among these people, other than those who died accidentally, most of them became Daluo Jingxian. Even if they didn't become Daluo Jingxian, they had already transformed into innate God-Fiends and had the possibility of becoming Daluo Jingxian. It could be said that every existence who condensed 365 divine apertures had the possibility of transforming into an innate God-Fiend. They were all seeds of Daluo Jingxian. This was a true genius. His talent was not inferior to an innate God-Fiend. It was precisely because his achievements were too great. Therefore, there were very few humans who could do this. On the other hand, as long as the bloodline of the Magi was pure enough, they could basically do this. Even Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh. The God-Fiend path was simply born for the Magi. It was really too suitable. If it weren't for the fact that the current Magi's reproductive ability was extremely low, causing their clansmen to be extremely few, even the position of the main character of the world would not be taken by the human race. The Magi, possessing Pangu's bloodline, was really blessed by the heavens. Sometimes, Feng Zichen thought, the Magi that were formed by the fusion of Pangu's blood essence and the turbid chi of the earth were already so powerful. Then, what if Pangu's primordial spirit and the Khanate turbid chi evolved into the three pure ones and also evolved into a Khanate race with Pangu's primordial spirit? How impressive would that be? At that time, the demon race would probably have nothing to do with the primordial world. The so-called battle between the Magi and the demon race would also evolve into a bloody battle between two supreme clans that respectively inherited Pangu's bloodline and Pangu's primordial spirit. Thinking about it, that scene was really exciting, and it was also enough to make people look forward to it. It was a pity that the three pure ones valued the portion of Pangu's primordial spirit that represented the heavenly luck too much. They regarded it as their reverse scale and would never allow outsiders to touch it, nor would they allow it to be leaked. If not, Pangu's broken primordial spirit and Khanate pure chi might be able to evolve into a Khanate race. However, this idea was very good. If there was a chance in the future, he might be able to use this method to plot against the three pure ones. One had to know that back then, Pangu's primordial spirit was shattered and the largest portion of it turned into the three pure ones. However, there was still a small portion that did not turn into a Khanate god fiend and scattered into the primordial world. Feng Zichen did not believe it. He searched through the primordial world and still could not find this portion of Pangu's primordial spirit. If he could find it, it would be much easier to deal with the three pure ones in the future. Perhaps it would create a younger brother for the three pure ones. What's more, it could directly evolve into a Khanate race, causing the three pure ones to have a large number of clansmen. Feng Zichen had even thought of the name of the Khanate race. It would be called the Qin clan. At that time, the Taoist name of the three pure ones would become the name of the clan. Their identities would be Shi Qing, in addition to the Taoist master of the celestial sect of wonders. He really wanted to see, when this scene turned into reality, how the three pure ones' expressions would be. At that time, a large group of people would surround the three pure ones and call out, "Ancestor, Ancestor." Their expressions would definitely be extremely interesting. For the three pure ones, apart from bringing responsibility, the addition of an additional race would also weaken the three pure ones' luck of opening the heavenly chi. Part of the reason why the 12 ancestral witches were not as good as the three pure ones was because the birth of the witch clan had taken away the luck of opening the heavenly chi that they had inherited from Pangu. The same luck of opening the heavenly chi, the three pure ones were equally divided by the three of them, while the ancestral witches were equally divided with the witch clan. The gap between them could be imagined. It was no wonder. The achievements of the 12 ancestral witches were far from reaching the heights of the three pure ones. In a sense, the appearance of the witch clan had dragged down the ancestral witches. If not for that, with the legacy that the 12 ancestral witches had inherited from Pangu, they had not become saints, but they had all cultivated into the primordial Daluo Jingxian. Sometimes, choice was very important. Different choices could create different futures. For example, the three pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.